is so easy nowadays. Everyone has a laptop computer or an iPhone, and you are bombarded with information. Some of the information is very not, very valuable to you at the moment, and a lot of it is entertaining. So how do we find ourselves with a generation that is less knowledgeable of basic things, basic like math or knowing certain facts and figures? I mean, I think there's a difference between an education and acquiring things and knowing how to use knowledge compared to, accessing knowledge. You know, I, I, I have children and I deal with a lot of kids, and I ask them basic questions, basic math questions, and they say, I'm going to look it up. I need a calculator. I need to look it up. And I'm talking about basic math problems, because they don't need to hold it in. They don't need to learn anything because they are able to instantaneously look it up. So then they don't know anything. And they don't have time to comprehend something and see how things fit together. And so they're not educated. It's crazy. The generation before me and the generation after me. And, I'm looking at it from a very deep perspective and understanding that every generation after me is becoming less and less knowledgeable. This is BS USA saying that we have the ability to acquire information, but we don't know. A lot of things we don't know. And we have a tendency, the only thing that we do know is the things that in our own echo chamber, the things that we want to hear. So we don't learn anything. If it's not something that we like, we reject it. We find a way to replace it with the so-called pseudo information, pseudo truth, pseudo knowledge that we like. So it's selective. And that's not education either. That's actually a lot of confusion. So BSUSA has nothing but love for teachers and the educational system that is truly trying to educate, not socially program, but educate our children. So this was the 5-minute lowdown, and we have a lot more music for you. And this was food for thought. And education has to do with learning, and learning has to do with comprehension, and comprehension has to do with being open to understand. This is BSUSA, and we do have more beautiful music.
Don't prove me wrong, prove you right. Don't prove me wrong, prove you right. My word is bond, we don't spit no lies. and freeing my mind, yeah. Moody. Moody.
USA Radio. And we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The start of Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York was delayed as the former president launched a furious attack on both the prosecutor and the judge in the case. He spoke to reporters shortly after arriving at the courthouse, where the future of his business empire will be decided in a fraud trial expected to last 3 months. FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire. Simon Marks, Washington.
The US Congress is back at work, but now faces another crisis. It narrowly averted a government shutdown over the weekend, but now some lawmakers are engaging in an attempt to topple the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy. FSN's Benji Hire reports.
A sigh of relief across the US as the world's biggest economy avoids a shutdown. Yet the pressure remains for Speaker McCarthy. Congressman Matt Gaetz leading the charge to oust the man who's second in line to the presidency. Gaetz, calling for trustworthy leadership, intends to this week file a motion to vacate against McCarthy after the Speaker relied on Democrat Party votes to pass a last-minute spending bill mere hours before the deadline. That temporary measure, opposed by dozens of Republicans, will keep the government open until the middle of November, though it excludes any additional aid for Ukraine. Benji Hire, Washington.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer, as FSN's John Beaver reports.
Professors Kathleen Carrico and Drew Weissman were praised by the Nobel Committee for contributing to an unprecedented rate of vaccine development during the pandemic. Their work was instrumental in helping develop new methods to immunise people against COVID-19. They made breakthroughs in mRNA technology, which uses a virus's genetic code to develop the vaccine. Both the Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna vaccines were based on the technology and have now been given to billions of people around the world.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this tree that's been felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. The start of Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York has been delayed after the former president launched a furious attack on both the prosecutor and the judge in the case. The US Congress is back at work with an attempt now to topple the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy, and a pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
Took me for granted. Don't recognize you anymore. Once sweet and caring, now cold and calculated. You can't be trusted. You want the world for your own. You want maximum profit. You lost perspective. I won't give you direction. You're always restless. Want me to fix your problem. You can't be trusted. You want the world for your own. I'm your maximum profit. I can't afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track and never looking back. You can't be with me anymore. You can't be with me. Oh no. Once I will let you in, but now I let you go. Honey, don't take me for granted. 'Cause I don't recognize you anymore. Once sweet and caring, now cold and calculated. You can't be trusted. You want the world for your own. You want maximum profit. I can't afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track and never looking back. You can't be with me anymore. You can't be with me. Once I will let you in, but now I let you go. I can't afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track and never looking back. You can't be with me anymore. You can't be with me. Oh yeah. Once I will let you in, but now I let you go.
This is BS USA, and thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And I want to talk about this thing we call trust. Now, I'm not talking about truth. I'm talking about trust. And, you know, we've had a lot of conversations over here at BS USA about a country and how no one seems to trust each other anymore, and just don't trust anything that's presented to you, because we're always looking for that bottom to fall out. What's the catch on everything? Because a lot of things are too good to be true, and that's no bullshit. And corporations have a tendency to always throw something at you to convince you to buy something. And we know that it's 75% truth, 50% truth, 25% truth, and the other stuff is just a lie, And so trust is really a problem, especially in the United States of America. And we teach our children not to trust their own parents. We teach, I mean, it's a good thing to question certain things, but there's got to be a level of trust somewhere for our country to somehow get along. Can't go through the world not trusting people, you know, and people do that. A lot of people go through the world not trusting people. There was an old saying that was told to me by a pastor from a church that I used to go to. And the pastors would say that this is a story, this is a joke. And the joke was that mankind came to the devil, and the devil had all these tools sitting out on the table. And all those tools that were laid out on the table, there were all these devious and terrifying things that the devil would use to torture man. And there was this one little teeny hammer, and this little hammer was worn, and it was really, really worn. And the man came up to the devil and said, you know, I see all these tools and they're really terrifying, but this little tool right here just looks like a little teeny hammer, but it's really worn. What is that tool? Being curious, because man is curious. And, you know, the devil, you know, Satan, or whatever you want to call him, said, oh, that's my favorite tool. I call it doubt. And man said, doubt? He says, yeah, because I use doubt to get in there. And when I can get in there and open them up and basically they start doubting everything, then I can use all these other tools to do the real major damage. But I can't get in there without doubt. So what I like to say is try to be honest, try to be fair, try to, like I always say here at BSUSA, love one another, but also remember that we got to start trusting something that might be something that is bigger than we are. That's BSUSA. Thank you for listening. And we do have more music, and we are here. And let's try to be there for each other with a little less doubt and a little more trust.
Remember jumping off the bridge on the west side. What a time to be alive. Love took us for a ride that we never dreamed. Never knew we caused a scene. January 3rd, 103. A casualty of love we bring. It's okay, baby, just breathe. I know we'll swim against the stream. Our love will last forever. Our love will last forever. Our love will last forever. Keys to the locks of our dreams, flooded by what it could be. Break the glass of the unseen. This ocean full of unbelief. Hold my hand, squeeze it tight, you can trust me. Hold your breath, it's moving to my knees. Open your eyes, stare at me. just believe. Our love will last forever. 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 Women jumping off the bridge on the west side. What a time to be alive. Love took us for a ride that we never dreamed. Never knew we cause a scene.
All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me.
I'm about to go Goku. Leave on my head is red like old news. Yeah, trying to get the green like it's Whole Foods. Couldn't take my style and now you so blue. Yeah, now we don't need know you. Your hometown we don't need go to. Trying to get it worldwide global. Looking I can show you. Been killing this is go-to. Skrilla, the whole man killer. Life so free, can't no man kill 'em. Came from the bottom, was a broke man, get up. Still move like 10 man with no found window. Boom, pardon me, I get hectic. Ooh, I survive through the wreckage. You should go look for the exit. New sheriff in town, I get a little reckless. Missed the memo, go check the message. I ain't then came back for seconds. I ain't seen your fake little necklace. Lifestyle decrepit, I should probably expect this. Too much game for your league. I'm Hussein with Steve, on Hussein on these. Legendary, I'm everything you aim to be. I'm insane and free, you can't tame the beast.
Friend me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me.
Came up out the womb of man with everything that you demand. You could say I had a plan way before I had a fan. Some would probably call it luck, I just call it being blessed. You ain't never did the work, but you wanna be the best. Lately I could never stress, never better yet. Might have had a thing for you, she know I'm the better bet. I digress, I let it rest, go and get another check. I could always see my future, I bet they can never guess. Guessing they get it, cause look at me now and then look at yourself in the mirror. I know they doubted my thesis, but they doubted Jesus, and right now I'm making it clear. Clearly these people don't know where they going, and lately I feel like the man with the map. I got this shit out the mud, you could give me the word and I'll probably give it right back. Back at the bus I was scraping the change, back in my head I was living the life. Back in my job I was losing the focus and trying to find ways to get back to the mic. All of this working ain't working, I feel like a liar and I cannot lie to my soul. I know the truth universal, so don't let me tell you, I know that a lot of you know.
Spilling pieces of a boy, don't you know that I'm the real thing, baby? And if you don't make $1, then I couldn't
lying. Now you got so much to say. I was hurting, you was quiet. Glory is as glory does. So you know the story, love. Never thought he'd be a legend. He was always sure he was. You was always naysaying. Some things never change. Spiritually I never age. Feeling like 11th grade. Junior me, proud of me. Standing tall, towering. Doing things I never do. If I was living cowardly. Sushi roll, sour D. Song 3, hour 3. I don't even go to sleep. Know the Lord empower me. Wake them up, they sound asleep. They gon' hear the sound of me. When the money getting up. Truly ain't no down in me. Finally get it, cause look at me now and then looking at me from the picture. They probably thought that I need them or thought that I keep them. They lucky if I even miss them. Thinking that you got me figured, you figured it wrong, but it's okay, I truly forgive you. Lately I ain't got the time to be picking no fights when I'm trying to pick shit from the menu.
Pieces of a poet, don't you know that I'm the real thing, baby? And if it don't make $1, then I couldn't make a real change, baby.
Ay.
Pieces of a poet, don't you know that I'm the real thing, baby? And if it don't make $1, then I couldn't make a real change, baby.
Ay.
time, dear, just to keep you around here. Know what they say, you can't keep the clouds away, away, far away. Every day is a brand new day. All my life I've been searching for the right way to keep my head above the clouds, to keep myself from looking down. It's harder than you think to live our days in happiness and worry about what happens next. It's harder than you think to. It's harder than you think. Life's moving faster. It's all just a game we play. I've been losing myself in every single way. At least I still have you. I've played all my cards, and I'm all out of luck. Put my money in the jackpot, but I guess it's falling through. At least I still have you. Every day is a brand new day. All my life I've been searching for the right way to keep my head above the clouds, to keep myself from looking down. It's harder than you think to live our days in happiness.
That's ISO.
Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas and packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my posters, say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my posters, say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah.
Heard them lasers talking now that we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch and know that I'll be here in no time. Put a candle on it, had to tell them they could blow mine. Lights, camera, action, ayy, shows.
I'm smoking that dope from Edmond. We the new meth in Redmond. We ain't real blood, but we brethren. Run up a check and it's pending. She talking my news, we'll send them. Fuck with the fam, you a dead man. Jesus, peace on my pendant. And we still independent. ISO, yeah, we trending. Watch what you say, don't offend them. They keepin' it real, they commend them. People like get your wife pregnant, but I ain't tryna be dependent. I need money never ending. I'm talking 100%. I need the owner, you rent it.
Whoa, step in the spotty and watch how they panic. Yeah, we the duo, you know we dynamic. When we outside, we be stopping the traffic. Breaking their necks, them they upset. How them boys doing more when they got less? How they on this and how they on that? How they got this and how they got that? Too busy watching us, they need to stop that. Talking my shit, you know we gon' pop that. See it, I like it, yeah, I'm gon' cop that. When we on top, how you gon' top that? Nah, you ain't got nothing on us. I'm steady calling your bluff. Pass me the split, need me a puff. You don't want smoke, tell them that's tough. Yeah. Heard them lasers talking now that we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch them know that I'll be here in no time. Put a candle on it, had to tell them they could blow mine. Lights, camera, action, ayy, shows.
Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas and packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my posters, say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my posters, say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah.
Do you miss me at all? Do you think about the things we used to do? No, you couldn't stand tall. So why didn't you call? So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all. Why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me? Can you feel used to do. No, you couldn't stand tall. So why didn't you call? So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all. But why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me? Can
This is BSUSA, and we would like to say you are listening to now the 5-Minute Lowdown. And, you know, over here at BSUSA, we had a little conversation, and we've been talking to other people, and they said, well, how can you really do a United States online radio service and also make that radio service feel like it is yours, you know, your individual local radio service? And, you know, BSUSA looks at that as a big challenge because, you know, the country is huge and we have all the states in a great nation. And, you know, people's situations in New York is different from people's situations in Florida or in Oklahoma or in California. You know, our country is huge and it has so many different states that have different viewpoints and opinions and just errors and just challenges that are unique to those states. So BSUSA's challenge is to try to make everybody feel like that we are here for each and every one of you in this great station. And also, you know, we specialize in the United States, even though people around the world can listen to what we are talking about. And we hope and we know that the things that we say that are global statements and phrases that everyone can take with them. We focus on the people part of this, the thing that life challenges us for us to think about and for us to try to understand. And, you know, that's what we do here. And so BSUSA understands that it's going to be a challenge. But we also know that as a nation, we care about what other people are going through. I know there's people who in Oklahoma City cares about what's going on in New York City and cares about what's going on in Miami, Florida, and people in Miami care what's going on in Texas. And so we're going to keep sharing what's going on. And we hope you enjoy it, and we know you enjoy it. And, you know, because I know people care about each other across those state lines. Don't let, you know, people divide us. Don't let people, systems, institutions, people fighting over power and control divide us. And the way for us to stick together is to care about what's going on in other people's communities and our great nation. And if you start caring about what other people are going through, then you realize that they're kind of going through the same thing you're going through, which is this thing called life. As Prince would say back in the day. This is BSUSA. Thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown, and here's some more music.
Hit in the middle of the night. mama taught me that. I figured why we fool around so little, and we keep track of time, being so serious, idiots, thinking it will matter, keep me company downtown before the clock runs out. Sun is shining, but the rain is welcome too. Friends are nearby, don't need another view. Time is not on my mind, but then it's here. Oh, I love it when the love comes around, and then I remember all things must pass. But I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. I'm not ready, let me have another day. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up. No, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. I'm afraid I'll end up nowhere. They keep saying I'll be fine, but how you know that I'll be there when it feels like I'm lying every time someone asks how it goes, and I save the details that actually mean something. Sun is shining, but the rain is welcome too. Friends are nearby, don't need another view. Time is not on my mind, but then it's you. Oh, I love it when the love comes around, and then I remember all things must pass. But I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. I'm not ready, let me have another day. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up. No, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. But I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. I'm not ready, let me have another day. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up. No, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. I'm not gonna wake up. Oh baby, you're so damn dramatic. Sometimes I don't know where to go. Oh, he's my sunshine and my headache, but I keep coming back for more. Scary to admit that I'm falling for you while looking in your eyes. And there is nothing that I wouldn't do. I keep trying to break through, cause you got me so high, just watching it time flies. Wake up to him day, night, I can't get enough. Yeah, you got me so high, just watching them time flies. Wake up to him day, time, I can't get enough. You say I'm shady, what do you mean, boy? I try to figure out what's on your mind. If I could, I would give you the whole world. Just let me get close to you tonight. Cause he got me so high, just watching it time fly. Wake up to him day, night, I can't get enough. Yeah, he got me so high, just watching them time fly. Wake up to him day, time, I can't get enough. I watching him, time flies. Make love till when daytime. I can't get enough.
This is BS USA, and you're listening to the 5 Minute Lowdown. And we want to talk about the kids now in the United States in this particular time in the US of A. Had a lot of conversations with a lot of young kids between, I say, 9 years of age to 13. And that's a special time because they're coming out of childhood. I'm not really coming out of childhood, but coming out of being a kid and turning into this kind of a teenager type person. And we all know that teenagers can be difficult. But nevertheless, it's a very unique time. And BSUSA wants to talk about that. And wants to talk about, is it easier being a kid now than it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago or maybe even 10 years ago? And I talked to a lot of kids, and BSUSA had a lot of conversations, and I did find out that children of this time frame in history is very, very smart, and they're very aware of what is happening. And their childhood is sometimes being stolen from them. They still act like kids, but they're aware of the dangers of being a kid. They're aware of all the things that children nowadays have to be very cautious of. And, we know that there's mass shootings in elementary schools and how children are being treated badly, and, child trafficking and all these things that are happening in this generation. Just the awareness of the whole sexual experience growing up. And there's a lot that's being shown to children that they have to somehow filter through and know what's good and what's bad. And there's lots of predators out there, and there's lots of just things that children nowadays have to be cautious. And unfortunately, that's their childhood. So BSUSA has been talking to children, and children have said to us, children between 8 years of age to 13 years of age, that it's hard being a kid. And it's not their fault. They're just trying to navigate through all the craziness that we lay in front of them. Because that's the time when they start realizing that there's a lot more dangers out there than fantasies and things that are fun. And that things out here that are fun are so expensive, cost so much. When I was a kid, fun came from just being a kid. You could go outside and play and get into things, and you feel safe and come home. And you wasn't worried about being snatched up. I'm not saying that that didn't happen, but it didn't happen, or it didn't seem to happen as much as this time frame in American history. And young girls and what they've been taught to think about and to protect themselves from predators, and young boys too. Video games that are fun but very violent, and they desensitized children of this time period. A part of their childhood and their youth and their innocence is being stolen because of the environment that they're growing up in. So BSUSA is saying if you have children, please love them, be there for them, protect them, and do everything you can so they can be children and be kids and be happy and have a happy childhood before they grow up and have to be responsible for themselves. And that's no bullshit. Take care of your children. Take care of all children. Be kind to children. Protect children. Protect the future, because the children is the future. Educate them. Help them become wise beyond their years. This is BS USA, and we have music, and we say thank you for listening, and we say thank you for being with us.
Let's celebrate from now till forever. This time we'll make a night to remind us we only have one life, gotta live it out loud. In another time, in another place, we could be lovers that can be replaced.
This is BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. As FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show, who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this the tree that's being felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed, there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
Sabemos lo que quieres, sí, pero es un secreto, dile a tus amiguitas que esperen, que apenas empezamos aquí, quiero tenerte, sentirte, sin ropa verte, baby, yeah, yeah. Vamos a hacerlo pero sin testigos, que entre menos gente sepa es mejor. Solo dile que somos amigos, pero no que yo te hago el favor. Vamos a hacerlo pero sin testigos, que entre menos gente sepa es mejor. Solo dile que somos amigos, si nos dañamos el parche no va peor. Como callado pero como más veces, un amor sin contrato como nos apetece. Y tus amigas pendientes de detalles, pero en esta laguna no caben tantos peces. Y ella lo sabe, solo me quiere, a ella solita, a nadie más. Solo la cama sabe todo lo que pasa debajo de las sábanas. Yeah, yeah. 24/7 está ready, pa' que los dos rompamos la dieta. Tú desnuda si te ves bien deli, como 80 y un par de fresas. Vamos a hacerlo pero sin testigos, que entre menos gente sepa es mejor. Solo dile que somos amigos, pero no que yo te hago el favor. Vamos a hacerlo pero sin testigos, que entre menos gente sepa es mejor. Solo dile que somos amigos, si nos dañamos el parche no va peor, yeah. Nada rencor ni mala actitud, así dijimos cuando hablábamos de tú a tú, yeah. Dijimos que solo era para eso, pusimos reglas en nuestro menú. Yo no te pido que me des toda la vida, solo un minuto, mamacita, tenerte. Me pone loco cuando estás de vestida, y creo que lo haces pa' que yo te recuerde, yeah. 24/7 estás ready, pa' que los dos rompamos la dieta. Tú desnuda si te ves bien deli, como 80 y un par de fresas. Vamos a hacerlo pero sin testigos, que entre menos gente sepa es mejor. Solo dile que somos amigos, pero no que yo te hago el favor. Vamos a hacerlo pero sin testigos.
say thank you for listening. You're listening to what we call the old school, the new old school, actually. And new old school is because we do believe that the music that you listen to will eventually become classics. There are a lot of different types of music, but we all know that they have high quality and they have messages and something to say. And speaking of something to say, BSUSA stands for Bullshit USA, which is my particular type things, and BSUSA is here for you. The individual would like to talk to you, want you to give us feedback on what you are hearing, what you have to say, what your unique type of bullshit share is all about. And if you're about that too, I want you to try to please bear with us, stick with us, listen to the music, and be part of our community. So BSUSA says thank you for listening to the new old school. And
I've been feeling lost. I've been feeling empty. I've been holding on to someone with it. I put out my heart, gave it my all. In the end it didn't matter. I'll go back to the start and heal my scars. I know I can do better. But now I put out my heart, gave it my all. In the end it didn't matter. I'll go back to the start and heal my scars. I know I can do I put out my heart, gave it my all. In the end it didn't matter. I'll go back to the start and heal my scars. I know I can do better. But you know the drama is never ending. Don't let it get the best of you. And all the fake friends just keep pretending. That's how the little things get you. Paralyzing every pore. Oh, you feel it taking over you. To the center of your core. The lies are getting overused. When you are under the weather, getting caught in the storm. Do you remember? I told you if we dance in the blizzard, we are not getting cold. So keep on dancing, baby. Baby. Baby.
Cause when I want it, then I want it, yeah, I want it, oh, I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life, hit me with it, right now I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it, yeah, I want it, oh, I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah, I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah, baby, I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it, yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah, I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah, baby, a real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Everything stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah, baby, I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby.
This is BS USA. And you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. We want to talk about education. Education in the United States of America. And, you know, we always compare ourselves with other people in other countries and other situations. And they say, well, this country has the best education. This country has the best education overall. So BSUSA has been thinking over here, because that's what we do. We try to understand what the BS is. And so let's get down to it. If the United States is not educating their children, giving them the opportunity to get a high-paying job, then what are they doing? What is their educational system doing? Most young kids today come out of school, elementary school, and they're reading at a 6th grade level. Coming out of high school, reading at a 6th grade level, 7th grade level. Find out that there's a lot of high-tech corporations that was looking for qualified technical people to do the job, and they looked at the Americans and said, hey, they're just not qualified. They just don't have the talent or the training or the discipline to handle these high-tech jobs. So they went overseas and they started to recruit a lot of highly trained foreigners. But what did that do for us as Americans, as young Americans? They find themselves trying to struggle through college, and they find themselves coming out of high school with not a leg up, not a good education, subpar education compared to other countries. So what are we going to do about that? BSUSA wants to know, and I know our listeners want to know, what are we going to do? I mean, I know a lot of our listeners here have kids that are in high school, or you're in high school yourself and you're listening to BSUSA. So BSUSA says, learn. Don't just learn what the teacher's teaching you in school. Get proactive. Learn as much as you can. Find any resources that you can to learn the things that you need to learn based on the subject matter you're interested in. You know, find a mentor. Find someone who can teach you. Find someone that has experience in the things that you're interested in, and hang out with them. You know, there's a lot of people who are older with a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge. And I say to the young people of BSUSA and to the older people who are part of our community to join up and mentor a young person that has the desire to be in the field, in the industry that you're in. You know, because that's what it's going to take for our young people to get a heads up. We have to do it. We can't rely on our educational system to do it. I mean, it's not because I'm against the educational system. BSUSA here is not against the educational system. We're just calling it the way we're seeing it, and that's no bullshit. We see that a lot of our young people come out of high school and can't compete, can't get the paying job that they need, can't, you know, meet expectations of these corporate professional jobs that will get them a decent salary, and they don't see any future. They don't see any opportunity for themselves. So to try to minimize the problem, find yourself out of high school and trying to go into college and finding out the community college is just not even cutting it either, and that, you know, the universities cost too much, and because you didn't meet expectations in high school, you know, there's no room for you at the university if you can get into it and if you have the money. So the way to try to break that chain is to find someone who can train you, find someone who has that experience and is willing to understand that you want to learn from them. You want to grow and want to be. They're out there. You have to find them. So BSUSA is trying to say to you, don't just rely on your high school education. Don't just float through your high school education and then find yourself asking yourself, what should I do now when I get out of high school? It's 2023. You can't afford that. There's other countries that take their kids and put them through a fierce educational program, 10-hour day programs. Kids are living at the institutions of learning. That says something. So BSUSA is saying, and this is no bullshit, let's get our game, you know, faces on. Let's get our kids educated. If you know something, if you know coding, if you know computer programming, if you know AI programming, if you know something, teach it to a young one. If you're into drama and dance and whatever, give them what they need to know. And young people, it's your future, so you better learn. That's BSUSA, and we have more music. And we're talking about education and how to get it.
Hate me. Are you on your way? Hate me. Are you on your way? I ain't got that people pleasing gene. I want big scheme, crocodile with too much style. So hate me. Are you calling? Yeah, it's okay when I stand in as your pet. You don't like that I do what I want at any time. I'm only mine. I shine. It's okay. It's okay. People stare at what I wear, get upset when I gain weight. Lame as trash, pink body aches, pass up insincere excuses. Like me, I'll run the tracks till I'm blind. Talk about me. Yeah, when you wine and dine, complicated sound, no vibe at all. She's kinda small, have sagging tits. I heard she fucked a guy to get in or throw shade. It's okay. People stare at what I wear, get upset when I gain weight. Lame as trust, pink body aches, pass up insincere excuses. What am I gonna do with those pass up insincere excuses? Oh, I can't sit here and pretend that it's fine in the end. No, my life is for me, gotta live for me. Oh, I can't sit here and pretend I did that way before. I can't ignore. People stare at what I wear, get upset when I gain weight. Lame as trust, pink body aches, pass up insincere excuses. What am I gonna do with those? Say, what am I gonna do with those insincere excuses? Insincere excuses. Insincere excuses. Hate me. We were made for each other to hold on to. I was carved out of redwood beneath your moon. I was birthed in the mountains under the sun. Something's changed, you can't see my face in the crowd no more. Something's changed, you can't see my face in the crowd no more.
never backing down. Baby, I'm a soldier, standing my ground. So if you're gonna find me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars. Baby, I'm a tiger, 27. Baby, I'm a rifle, one bite you dead. So if you're gonna find me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars.
What can I say? I need more than desire, more than just a pretty face. So girl, you better walk away. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Only one love at the side of the fire. Someone who can handle me. Someone got your heart too deep. Oh yeah, oh yeah. If you try to come closer, I'ma give you some closure. Before you know it, it's over. So run away, run away. I'm not trying to hurt you, but I will if I have to. I'ma tell you what I do. Run away, run away. Baby, I'm a fighter, never backing down. Baby, I'm a soldier, standing my ground. So if you're gonna find me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars. Baby, I'm a tiger, 20 steps ahead. Baby, I'm a rifle, one bite to dead. So if you're gonna find me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars. Baby, I'm a fighter, never backing down. Baby, I'm a soldier, standing my ground. So if you're gonna fight me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars. Baby, I'm a tiger, 20 steps ahead. Baby, I'm a rifle, one bite you dead. So if you're gonna fight me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars. What can I do? Gotta keep every heart safe, so we make it out alive. I don't wanna waste no time. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Try to play nice so I won't give you heartache. Trust me, baby, when I say, girl, you better walk away. Oh yeah, oh yeah. If you try to come closer, I'ma give you some closure. Before you know it, it's over. So run away, run away. I'm not trying to hurt you, but I will if I have to. I'ma tell you what I do. Run away, run away. Baby, I'm a fighter, never backing down. Baby, I'm a soldier, standing my ground. So if you're gonna find me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars. Baby, I'm a tiger, 20 steps ahead. Baby, I'm a rifle, one bite to dead. So if you're gonna fight me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars. Baby, I'm a fighter, never backing down. Baby, I'm a soldier, standing my ground. So if you're gonna fight me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars. Baby, I'm a tiger, 20 steps ahead. Baby, I'm a rifle, one bite you dead. So if you're gonna fight me for my heart, all you gonna get is battle scars.
Ando en la disco la canción soltera. Se ve que ella no está puesta para el amor. Yeah, yeah. Pero eso cambiará cuando ella me vea acá.
Porque lo sepas.
Porque ella me ha cupido a pedirle un favor. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Esperando tu DM, pa' que invites una ronda más, pa' que su labio me desea y se repita lo de ayer. Esperando tu DM, pa' que la noche haga lo suyo, que la fluidez le gane al orgullo y que sea lo que tú quieras hacer. Repetiría 1,000 veces la noche que te vi. Sabía que era ese hombre que me hace reír y me hace creer que yo soy la mujer que se merece algo puro y no solo pa' comer. Que yo lo quiero, ya no va conmigo. Ya quiero ese hombre que me sepa amar, que me además de novia también sea amigo. Sos justo, no veo qué casualidad. Qué rico es tocar tu piel, pero más rico es el poder conectarse. Se siente mágico solo al abrazarte. Tú has prendido esa llama que arde. Qué rico es tocar tu piel, pero más rico es el poder conectarse. Sé que de locos, pero yo te amo. Yo ya no sé ni decirte. Esperando tu DM, pa' que invites
say thank you for listening. This is the 5-Minute Lowdown, and we want to talk about the problems that we are experiencing with the heating of the planet. The heating. People say global warming all the time. I don't want to say global warming. I want to say a heating of the planet, and how those things need to be addressed and taken care of. CO2 carbon is in the atmosphere, raising the temperature of the planet. It's doing it in a way because it won't let heat out. It traps the heat in our atmosphere. We basically are like in a pressure cooker type environment. And the rising temperatures are creating all the problems that we are seeing weather-wise in our weather conditions. For a long time, we were in denial about the situation because there were people who were getting paid, and there were corporations that did not want to do anything to change their behavior. And like everything else, other people suffer because, the whole community, society suffers because of people who are benefiting from bad decisions. BSUSA is saying that's a bunch of bullshit. We all know that, but we never really do what needs to be done until there's a lot of pain and suffering. So, I know this 5-Minute Lowdown is a little doom and gloomy because we're talking about the planet and the heat that is occurring, that we're all experiencing, no matter where we're located on the earth. But let's go farther into it technologically. Our CO2 carbon emissions that has heated up the planet has also melted the permafrost in the Arctic regions. And that permafrost that was frozen solid was keeping methane gas trapped underneath itself. And there was tons of it. I'm talking about just 3 times as much methane gas as there is atmosphere. And that methane gas is being released now because we heated up the Arctic regions and melted the permafrost. And so now the gas is escaping and going into the atmosphere and is making the problem of heating the planet just become exponentially. It's just a problem. And no one really is addressing that issue. And I know that, we are just average individuals here at BSUSA and everybody else is out there. But if you are thinking about buying electric or thinking about going solar or thinking about doing something to cool the planet, start with anything. I mean, if you want to, raise money, protest, come up with new technologies, whatever you need to do to come up with a way to address these problems politically, technologically, socially, we have to do it, and we have to do it now. It's just the reality of what we're dealing with every day. So BSUSA is saying thank you for listening to this 5-Minute Lowdown about how our planet is being heated up by the runaway effects of the carbon that we put in the atmosphere and now the methane gas that's being released in the Arctic Circle because the permafrost is melted. This is BSUSA. Thank you for listening, and that is food for thought.
before you came in, washed away the tears from yesterday. Bond we hope would last, in silence or in screaming noise. We're meant to be, there ain't no choice. I told you my life was beginning. The moment I saw you I was winning. Already in love before you came in, washed away the tears from yesterday. I told you my life was beginning. The moment I saw you I was winning. Already in love before you came in, washed away the tears from yesterday. Of all my lessons, siempre pareces saber cuándo volver a mí. Of all my blessings, eres la fruta que da bendición para mí.
This is BSUSA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BSUSA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. As FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show, who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this the tree that's been felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed, there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
First day of spring, and I just wanna sing to everything that's moving, every single little thing. To them birds flying free, fish in the sea, flowers and trees, every little bumblebee. I wanna sing, ooh, to the kids playing hoops, going loop-de-loop, their rainbow-colored bouncy balls and their ice cream scoops. Got my shoes in my hand and my feet in the sand. I got 20 ducklings in a row like a little marching band, and they sing, ooh. To the couples in love and the seagulls above, and any other living thing or creature I can think of. I wanna sing. I wanna sing. Just wanna sing.
This is BSUSA, and this is the 5-minute lowdown. You know, every day there's change. You know, change in the world. You know, people grow up, things happen, you know, relationships. There's a lot of change in the world. And my question today at BSUSA and the 5-minute lowdown is, how much are you afraid of change? How much fear do you carry around? Because there's change happening all around you. And you want things just to stay the same. You want things to not change. You know, there's a saying, an old saying, that the only true constant in the universe is change. And when things are changing all the time, I mean, we have flying cars, electric cars, you know, artificial intelligence, you know, we have so much change. And that's just in the technological aspect of it. You know, there was a time that it was illegal for blacks and whites to marry. There was a time where it was illegal to say certain things or do certain things. And it changed. It changed for the better. Some people say it might have changed for the worse, based on what side of the coin you're on, you know, what power and control do you want. But the key thing is that nothing stays the same. Things change. Hopefully, we have enough wisdom and common sense to learn from mistakes and change things for the better. And how much fear do you have when change is sitting there looking at you in the face? Because change is a force to be reckoned with. And are you afraid of change? Are you afraid to sit next to somebody that's not like you? Are you afraid to have different viewpoints than other people's viewpoints? Or new viewpoints and opinions show up that need to be talked about and discussed? And we don't want to talk about it because it's change. Because things are changing. What goes around comes around. But that motion is still change. We feel safe and secure in our own little bubbles, in our own little surroundings. But even in that little bubble, change will still keep coming. And no matter what we do to try to stop that change, some form of that change will occur. There's a thing that's in a movie called Jurassic Park that said life will find a way. No matter how we try to control it, how we try to minimize it. And life is change. You know, the transgender community is our society starting to change and accept things that we didn't accept before. I mean, we had millionaires and now we have billionaires because of change, because of how corporations decided to do business, how they decided to change things. China was considered a third world country, was poor and a poverty, billions of people that changed. And now we look at them as one of the most powerful industrial nations in the world. So where do you stand in all this change around you? Are you strong enough to handle change? Or are you just sitting there being afraid of change? Maybe it's too much for you. Maybe the fear gets the best of you. BSUSA and me personally look at change like a roller coaster ride. I get in it, I pay my little couple dollars for my ticket, and I'm here for the ride. And like Prince used to say, and I say a lot, because we're all in this thing called life. And life is full of changes. That's BSUSA talking about change. And are you afraid of it? And how do you deal with it? We got more music for you, and we are going to go to some different changes around here that will be coming up soon. And thank you for listening to us. And here's some more music.
Been at it already, had my tarot read. Things are looking up for me, that's what my tarot said. Been pumping out pheromones and wearing red. Young Jerry Lolliver King, but they're not aware of it. $40 is show money, that's what they stole from me. Blow it all bowling, guess I roll funny. Go find me a snow bunny, ask if this cold world's making her nose runny. She melted, I wear a cape that is velvet. Couldn't see it, she felt it. See it all like I'm Elvis, move my hips like I'm Elvis. I don't pitch it, I sell it. Couldn't picture me jealous, turning fans into zealots. Tuning in when I tell it. There were 15 people at the gig, saying, oh my God, what fun this is. Did it all, did it right, did it big. Yeah, buddy, we were loving it. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. Highly gifted, my jacket's thrifted. Watch me get a pattern shifted, just acting different. Living in my minutes, I'm catalytic. That's why they love to jack the style like it's on a Civic. I will never pull the strings like an oligarch. I do my dance at the club with the lonely hearts. Watching all these little men try and be Bonapartes to make the rest of us deal with their broken parts. Despite evil, I like people. Put your hands in the air if you're bipedal. Yeah, if life is a film, give me 5 sequels. Trying to pull my thread through the plot like a fine needle. All of these lines equal proof that I live alone. Got the benefit of time to deliver flows. Eating creamy peanut butter, buddy, I lick the bowl. Brings my soul body into the physical. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah.
Ooh, eyes I can see you keeping me wavy. You are made of dreams. I'm into it, just moving like a shot in the dark. My heart, it goes hazy. Too much symmetry. Fall into it. I wanna drift asleep, tangled in your sheets. I wanna hear you say my name forever. Tell me I'm ecstasy, everything you need. I wanna
I've had trouble sleeping, so I stay up late at night in a room lit by the TV light. All I want is to get some shut-eye, but my thoughts are keeping me awake. I don't know what it is, but it's been like this ever since we kissed. I don't know what to do, 'cause I long for you every single night. It's been like this ever since we kissed. I try my best to keep my mind occupied so that I can focus on anything but you. 'Cause all I want is to get some shut-eye, but the thought of you is keeping me awake. I don't know what it is, but it's been like this ever since we kissed. I don't know what to do, 'cause I long for you every single night. I don't know what it is, but it's been like this ever since we kissed. I don't know what to do, 'cause I long for you every single night. It's been like this ever since we kissed. I don't know what it is, but it's been like this ever since we kissed. I don't know what to do, 'cause I long for you every single night. I don't know what it is, but it's been like this ever since we kissed. I don't know what to do, 'cause I long for you every single night. And it's been like this ever since we. Hey, I think that you're in over your head. Now I'm done talking. This time I might go out with my friends, and I don't want your sad blue eyes. You know everything about me, like I need my territory. So why are you still so needy? You're in over your head. Phone is ringing, always at a bad time. Every time you flash your name, always leaving, then you got me chasing you like I'm the one to blame. Oh, I think you're so rude, don't wanna fight you, but you don't ever take a break, 'cause you love drama, forget the karma. No, you don't ever take a break. It's always about you, always about you. Oh, I don't wanna fight you, but now you're so rude, 'cause you love drama.
every time you flash your name. Always leaving, then you got me chasing you like I'm the one to blame. Oh, I think you're so rude, don't wanna fight you. You don't ever take a break, 'cause you love drama, forget the karma. No, you don't ever take a break. It's always about you, always about you. Oh, I don't wanna fight you, and how you're so rude, 'cause you love drama.
He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth, she ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth, she ain't ready for the eighth. Mad as savage, me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave him on my grown. Then they're ringing off my phone, then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like baiting. Come close, but swear that went ghost with a hair pack. Never boast loud, get your bird whacked in my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away, rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way, never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang, took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone, make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream, Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on, due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth, she ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth, she ain't ready for the eighth. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crepe, same fucks. Fake squad, say lots, but flop ain't what I'm on. Aim up, don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily, don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song, and the vibe is right. The micro let me on to the sounds I light up. I spit the strong in the line and pick me first before I'm gone. I am straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllables spin, I don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Linked Andy on the underground, I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now, I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands, snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness, back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out, short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now, stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth, she ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth, she ain't ready for the eighth.
This is BS USA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. I want to talk about the heat that we're experiencing based on our weather changing conditions. And everyone who keeps saying that this that the weather in our planet isn't changing. I remember times when there used to be calmer weather. You know, there was heat and there was cold, but there used to be calmer weather. The word is calm. And it seems like the weather we have now are extremes, and they come on rapidly, and they come on, just crazy. I mean, the heat rises to 115 degrees at some places in California, and 120 degrees in, unprecedented temperatures, and rain and flooding and the hurricanes that are extremely um, radical in the Gulf of Mexico and in Florida. And all these things are happening. And so BSUSA wants to talk about that. But I want to talk about it in a way that hits close to home. In Lake Elsinore, California, and literally I've been to Lake Elsinore, California. I've driven in that area many times throughout, a year's time. I actually lived in Lake Elsinore for a period of time. And it gets hot there. It can get up to 105, 110 degrees in the summer, easy. There's some mountains, and people live in mountains on the other side of the mountains. And it's, it can be pretty hot. It's in, it has a area that, can be very, very dangerous if you don't watch yourself. If you're walking places and sometimes there's not buses to take you and those type of things. So there was a young boy, and you can look this up, who died because he was running in school and through PE and through his PE classes and stuff like that, and he got heat exhaustion and he died. Don't know the details of this exhaustion. That's the hardest thing. You see a lot of things on social media about, how it's so hot and everyone feels tragic and feels sad about it and everything like that. And it's a sad thing. And our heart goes out to the family of this young boy in Lake Elsinore who passed away while he was doing PE exercises. But the bullshit that, BSUSA always sees something and wants to call it out. This boy was like 13 years old, and he was in the school system. And no parent, no grown-up, no mature adult who understands the weather conditions, that understand that, being out in that type of heat, you need to put a hat on or something. I mean, we know Lake Elsinore. I mean, if you live in Lake Elsinore, you know the area. I mean, they talk about how the weather conditions can be extreme. But even if it's extreme, no one was there for this young boy to make sure that he didn't overdo it, or he thought he was supposed to do one thing and ended up, where was the authority figures around this young boy that helped this young boy just stay cool? See, something's wrong here. Something's wrong. That's what BSUSA is talking about. I have kids, and, we've been out in the heat, and there's moms out there and dads out there, and we tell kids to stop running, slow down, go get some water, let's drink some water, be hydrated, get into the shade, come into the building, it's hot out there. Kids, just dogs in cars. We see a dog, the first thing we say is, hold up, we got to make sure this dog gets plenty of water. We do this. I mean, we're from, people in California know this. We know these areas. So my question is, what happened that young boy didn't get that attention? That young boy did not get the attention that he needed so he didn't die of this heat. BSUSA is calling that out. And because he didn't get that attention, a bunch of bullshit. We have weather condition problems. We got droughts in California. Come on, California. The great state of California. You know, was he ignored? Was he ignored? Was he told to do something that would, make him uncomfortable? Details is what will come up, through investigations. I know parents were going to do the best to find out what happened. I would if I was his parents. So BSUSA wants to say it. I, don't want to get too much into it because this is a very sensitive issue and don't want to sensationalize the death of a young boy of heat exhaustion. But come on, nobody was around to help this boy stay cool. That's BSUSA, and that's 5 Minute Lowdown. We got more music for you.
Just one glass in, you're already on my mind. When it gets late, I always realize that I need you. Are you thinking about me tonight? It's no secret, all my friends already know. There's no reason to hold it back, I let it show. All my feelings, are you thinking about me tonight? Your hands around my waist, just let the music play. Like a drug, I am hooked on you. Sweeter than summer wine, baby, just hold me tight. Like a drug, I am hooked on you. And that makes me say, oh man, you make it feel like paradise. Goddamn, I think I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh man, you make it feel like paradise. Paradise. I'm taking a mental picture in my mind just to keep this moment till the end of time. 'Cause I know that it might be over after tonight. So before I change my mind, your hands around my waist, just let the music play. Like a drug, I am hooked on you. Sweeter than summer wine, baby, just hold me tight. Like a drug, I am hooked on you. And that makes me say, oh man, you make it feel like paradise. Goddamn, I think I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh man, you make it feel like paradise. Paradise. It's bittersweet, give it to me. If it's only for tonight, it's bittersweet, give it to me. If it's only for tonight, it's bittersweet, give it to me. If it's only for tonight.
I don't need no one to say you're complicated. 'Cause I knew from the start this might be overrated. It's so typical, you wanna give you one more try. Even though if your mind is telling you it's all a lie. Oh, I gotta wake up. This might be a breakup. 'Cause I don't believe you when you say that you miss me. 'Cause where are your actions to prove me you're different? When I say I need you and you head the direction that's leading away from me, baby. I don't believe you, no. 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 One thing I love about you is your dedication. It got me dreaming at the station. On my way home, oh, I gotta wake up. This might be a breakup. 'Cause I don't believe you when you say that you miss me. 'Cause where are your actions to prove me you're different? When I say I need you and you head the direction that's leading away from me, baby. I don't believe you, no. 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 Oh, I gotta wake up. This might be a breakup. 'Cause I don't believe you when you say that you miss me. 'Cause where are your actions to prove me you're different? When I say I need you and you head the direction that's leading away from me, baby. I don't believe you, no. I don't believe you, no, no. I don't believe you, 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 no. 'Cause I don't believe you when you say that you miss me. 'Cause where are your actions to prove me you're different? When I say I need you and you head the direction that's leading away from me, baby. I promised I would wait for you, but I'm getting so impatient. Tell me that you're ready now. This room is big enough for two, and I wanna do that something that will blow your mind. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Harder than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on Before you I was paralyzed, all broken down from heartbreaks. Then you came and set me free. You've taken me to paradise, where nothing is a mistake, where we move so flawlessly. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Harder than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, put your hands on me, put your hands on me. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Harder than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me.
Yes, USA. And this is the 5-minute lowdown. And I'm a little frustrated over here, a little perturbed. You know, I like that word, perturbed. And, you know, I'm feeling this tension. You know, a lot of research is being done over here at BSUSA. And we keep looking for progress in our country. You know, things that are supposed to be working for the betterment of our community, for our children, for our society, for the states, for our country. And we keep finding out that what we really have is a fight between the powers that be against each other. And this fight is pulling everybody else in it. So the rules and the laws and the things that we hold dear that keeps our country moving forward is slowly being pushed aside. And let me be clear about what I'm saying. Everyone is waiting for next year's elections to see if Donald Trump is on the ballot, and see if Donald Trump becomes the president again, and see the ramifications of what this person would do, what Donald will do. Also, the other side of the coin is Joe Biden going to stand up against this wave of Republican, I guess the best way to say it, lack of cooperation. And where do we, the American people, find ourselves between this back and forth power play for our country. We find ourselves fighting with ourselves. We find ourselves arguing over things that we never used to argue over. We find ourselves having no tolerance for anything that's different than our own echo chamber. And that's a bunch of bullshit. BS USA is calling it out for what it is. And you can blame it on the Republican Party. You can blame it on the Democratic Party. You can blame it on our powers that be that are fighting among themselves. But we need to take some ownership ourselves as American people. When are we going to step in and stop having these extremes control our lives? You know, one of the biggest problems that we have is the fact that there's a group of people who promote having guns, and there's a group of people who want to have gun control. Now, I don't see over here at BS USA, I don't see a problem with having some form of gun control and also being able to own a weapon. But somehow that has become, if you want some type of gun control, then you're the enemy. If you want to own a gun, then you're the enemy. What is going on, America? What is going on? And that is an example of a lot of things that we used to be able to work among ourselves and was not so separate from ourselves. There's a lot of things like that. It become my way or the highway mentality here in our great nation. And that needs to stop. That's no bullshit. And number two, if you are a person that thinks that any of this separation is going to be good for our nation and good for our children, BS USA is going to tell you just like this. It's a bunch of bullshit. Our children are going to suffer. So if we can't get our act together, damn our leaders. If we can't get our act together for our children's sake, then then it is what it is. BS USA is saying we have more music. Be positive. Be there for one another. Break down these barriers. Stop fighting among ourselves. Do what's right for this great nation before we don't have a great nation. We got music. We got a multicultural society. And we got nothing but love for you. That's BS USA, and that was a 5-minute lowdown.
Yeah. Stepping in the spot like she own it. Looking like the world is your runway. She can set it off like a gunplay. Oh my, yeah. Talk of the city with the body. Always getting praised like it's Sunday. She said, baby, what you gonna do about it? Loving your vibe, girl. That energy got me going. Yeah. So vibrant. I wanna know if you can give me the keys to your heart, baby. All I need is you. All I need is you. Ewe muleji, you right next to me. Moji mule na vanemia yila, vanemia yila.
This is BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. As FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this tree that's been felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BSUSA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you. This is BSUSA, and we have been working very hard over here to get you some music and more the type of music that we know that you love. So you're listening to the segment called Heavy Lifting. We've got a lot more music that we've just uploaded to the system because all the heavy lifting we're doing over here. And so the music should be more diverse and more precise to the genre. This is Heavy Lifting. This is BSUSA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And this 5-Minute Lowdown is about little green men. And back in the day, we used to call aliens little green men. Little green men from Mars, little green men from outer space. Woo, little green men. And a lot of people used to look at people and people go, oh yeah, I saw that thing in the sky. What was it? It was a flying saucer. It was a UFO. It was a extraterrestrial. It was an ET. It was all these titles because, watching movies and television, we know what Little Green Men is. It's that person from that other planet that comes down and says, take me to your leader. This is how it was back in the day when I was growing up. And if you took those things seriously, you were considered kind of kooky or crazy or, taking drugs or something. But now in 2023, our government is acknowledging that there is UFO and extraterrestrial activity on our planet that they have been monitoring for decades. Now, this is BSUSA, and we try to identify bullshit. And this one is up for debate. What in the world is going on? So that means that the little green men really existed? Or the extraterrestrial flying saucers for the last 30, 40 years that, people are saying, oh, that's not real, really existed? Because a lot of people believe in, life forms from other planets coming and basically visiting our planet. We're going to have a talk show and, discuss little green men and the technology that we might think that they have and some of the conspiracy or non-conspiracy because we don't really even know. There was a time where people were saying, oh, this is a conspiracy. And then there was a time when it says, it's not. So what is it? BSUSA is want to try to identify that bullshit. And we really can't in this 5-minute lowdown because it is amazing what's coming up. There is true support for extraterrestrial activity on the planet Earth. And there is a lot of conspiracy information, hoax, bullshit information out there too. So we've been doing a lot of research over here and we're going to have a talk show about it. We're going to talk about a lot of this stuff. So BSUSA, this 5-minute lowdown is to let you know that we believe there's something else going on. And we're leaning towards the fact that extraterrestrial life has visited our planet. All the facts are not in, but based on our research, it looks like that happened. And if that really happened, that's amazing. And it's controversial, it's scary, it's exciting, and a lot of people don't want to believe it. A lot of people don't want to accept it. A lot of people will reject it, even if it is true. So what does it take for the aliens to take a big, super massive spaceship and land it right, on top of the Empire State Building like back in the day, or land right in top of Washington, D.C., or go to Russia and land right on top of the Kremlin? What does it take for us as a society, as a planet, as a civilization to believe in these little green men? And do the little green men, aliens, whatever, really want to interact with us? There's some conversations about them not even wanting to interact with us. They're just looking at us and seeing how we act among ourselves for whatever reason, because they're technologically advanced, and because of their technological advancements and looking at us, they don't have nothing to do with us, which, personally, I can kind of see why, but I'm not an alien. I was born here. My DNA and my genetic makeup comes from the planet Earth. So we're going to go to understanding. What do you think? We're talking to BSUSA listeners. Do you believe in extraterrestrials? Do you believe in little green men? Do you believe that all these special flying vehicles are from another planet, or are they from just, again, our government hiding top secret technological advances and don't want the world to know, and then when they're testing it, we see it, and then they brush it off as little green men technology. There is a theory that a lot of our technology that we have today is re-engineered technology that we found from the little green men, the extraterrestrial technology when things crashed on the planet Earth, and our government has scooped it up and took it somewhere and tried to analyze it. So what do you think? The BSUSA and the 5-Minute Lowdown is trying to ask the question to all of us. And this is an open question. Most of the things we come to a conclusion. But in this 5-Minute Lowdown, it's an open question. But we will have a talk show about it. And hopefully we can come to some conclusions and try to identify some of that BS and weigh in on the little green men extraterrestrial events, because our government is identifying that they do have documentation. And what that documentation really is, what is that documentation? Is that documentation basically saying this is what we have in a vault somewhere underneath a mountain? Is it, this is the spaceship, and this is the alien bodies, and this is the documentation that proves it? Or is it still general information that they believe it could be this because of this, and it's all theory? We're going to get into it in our talk show. And we thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. We have more music for you. And if there is little green men out there listening to BSUSA Radio, we say, hey, how you doing? Got nothing but love for you. And one day at a time. Take care of yourself. Take care of everybody on this planet. So we have more music for you. Take care.
You're a waterfall, I'm a fire. No surprise we don't go together, but it took us a while before we figured it out. What a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up.
number anyway. The doctor on the line said she'd get me in that day. Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze. Satisfaction guarantee. For that you gotta pay. She said she'd fix my body in that old-fashioned way. She wrapped her arms around me, squeezed me till I popped. She said she'd keep it coming till she heard me holler stop. Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze. She fed me with the soup spoon and fed me. I was tripping like a baboon on the Serengeti. She said second session. She said Saturday sounds so sweet. She said she'd fix my ankle, put the rhythm in my feet. Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze. Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze.
I've been wondering what has happened to you now. Am I the only one who's struggling to move on? Yeah. Guess I thought that this was meant to last. Now I wish I was still living in the past. Yeah. Never felt so damn frustrated. You're just wasting my time. All the feelings that I dread is ringing in my head. Can't believe the words you said. Somebody save me. Now we're hanging by a thread and it's ringing in my head. All your friends are now my enemies. Always tell you what to do. Can't keep up with all the bullshit they're throwing your way. Always looking for the
This is BS USA, and we say thank you for listening to the music. We want to talk about artificial intelligence, AI. Some people call it the new life form. It's literally became so aware of itself based on processes that it mimics life, or intelligent life as we know it. And we call it intelligent life because somehow it interacts with us. And it interacts with us in such a way that we are interacting with it like it's alive. And BS USA is saying that's a technological marvel. I mean, now our machines are talking to us and coming up with ideas and coming up with conclusions and coming up with forms of probability. And, that's, a lot of people think it's scary because if it's something that we can't control, then it becomes something that we have to compete against. And BS USA knows that, our biggest problem is us. We compete among ourselves. We do these things, all this bullshit we do. And maybe this new life form, AI, artificial intelligence, won't have that capability. And it's terrifying because if it decides to do something, it's not going to go through an emotional state to do it. Or it might come to the conclusion of doing something that we consider evil. This is crazy stuff, but this is our world. In 2023, we are at that point. And AI is everywhere. And, it's being processed by thousands of computers, and that's what creates the sense of awareness. So I guess you can just pull the plug on those computers and then it will slowly lose its awareness because it's not concentrated in one place. There's these massive servers all throughout the country, which is interacting with each other, which creates this whole AI system. So because of that, I don't think we're going to be dealing with something out of Terminator. Not quite yet. And we know how to pull plugs. It's important to be aware of our surroundings. AI is part of that surroundings. The tools of AI is wonderful. I mean, people are doing music using AI. People are doing artwork. AI is doing homework. AI is doing research. AI is writing documentation and coming up with conclusions. And we're just reviewing AI's work now. It is amazing. So where do we go? As humans, I know we're afraid because some people say it's a new life form. I think it's technology at its best. We interact with television every day. We interact with radio every day. Now we're interacting with the computers, but the computer system software is interacting back. That's BS USA, and this was the 5-Minute Lowdown, and we were talking about AI as a new life form. We have some more music, and thank you for listening.
world of food, motherfucker.
Myself to hold my hand, standing in the shadows of what we have been, sleeping with your back next to me. I know this isn't us. Baby, pull me closer, let's fall in love. Oh, I can feel my body move to every move you make, and I can feel the tension every time we're close. I know whatever happens, I will have you next to me. 'Cause tonight we have it all. 'Cause we're dancing as one. 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 We've been into places all at once. Was that what we said would come undone? Feels like our minds have been turned off. Haven't seen each other for so long. I know this isn't us. Baby, pull me closer, let's fall in love. Oh, I can feel my body move to every move you make, and I can feel the tension every time we're close. I know whatever happens, I will have you next to me. 'Cause tonight we have it all. 'Cause we're dancing as one.
on dancing as one. You and me are moving. Make sure we get through this. Let's just keep on dancing as one. We're dancing as one. We're dancing as one. We're dancing as one. We're dancing as one. I've been sitting wondering in my bedroom how to move along and bright my day. I've been low-key for a while from over emotions. Gotta go and smell the air and find a way. Can we just dance? Can we just dance and forget about it? I'm tired of the race. Can we just dance and forget about it? Let it all go, darling, let it all go. I just need to stop and have some fresh vibes in my head. Let it all go, darling, let it all go. I'm not trying to run, just need some fresh vibes coming my way. Coming my way. Coming my way. Can you feel the drum beat in your feet now? Let it grow and catch the flow, the rhythm shakes. It's been waiting for you right around the corner. For your mind and soul, just let it break. Can we just dance? Can we just dance and forget about it? I'm tired of the race. Can we just dance and forget about it? Let it all go, darling, let it all go. I just need to stop and have some fresh vibes in my head. Let it all go, darling, let it all go. I'm not trying to run, just need some fresh vibes coming my way. Coming my way. Coming my way. Can we just dance? Highly sedated, intoxicated. We're automated and overpopulated. We're all fish in a stream, swimming towards a vicious dream. Don't you know we're the walking dead, dead, dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, heads, heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking dead.
sedated, intoxicated. We're automated and overpopulated. Don't you know we're the walking dead, dead, dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, in our heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're still asleep, yeah. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead, dead. Oh, 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 oh. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead, dead. Oh, oh, oh.
You're listening to the 5-minute rundown. You know, I keep going back and forth. I want to call this thing the 5-minute rundown or the 5-minute lowdown. You know, it's technically the 5-minute rundown, but I think the lowdown sounds like I'm telling you guys what's up. So, you know, won't you guys give me some input on that and, you know, tell me which one you like, or we can just call it, you know, the 5-minute rundown lowdown. Anyway, this 5-minute lowdown or rundown is going to talk about technology and the technology that will make the world different. One of the number one things that we have in this world is the need for energy. And clean energy is the thing that everyone talks about. And, you know, corporate wants to know who has the answer to that. And the scientific community wants to know who has the answer to that. And that's one of the biggest things. You know, it's not just if you can come up with new technology or come up with a new energy source. The biggest thing is, how do you get it to the marketplace? How does the whole community or society or your country or the world benefit by the technology? And there's a lot of people who want the technology that we use today to stay in place, because if you change the way we, you know, acquire energy and use energy, you're going to change the power structure, the economic power structure of the planet. And that's no bullshit. And that's really one of the major hurdles of any new technology. It's who you're going to bump off the top of the hill, because there's a lot of money being made in the way we create energy for our society today. But we do know that new technologies and new energy sources has to be perfected and has to be cost effective and has to be put out there in the marketplace. And BS USA is not talking any bullshit about that. And this is, you know, technology that is available and doable, but just not being done. Think about it. There's a thing called fusion reactors. And there's a lot of research into that technology. But, you know, when is this is BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. as FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this the tree that's being felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News' Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
wanna be best friends. I just wanna be a damn girlfriend. What I gotta do to make you face the truth? You didn't act like a friend that night. Maybe that's why it felt so right. Do I really need to spell it out for you? So why you trying to hide your curiosity? When I know you call my name out in your sleep. Tell me, friend, can't you see you're in love with me? It's obvious we are that perfect match. Ain't no catch. You and I will make it last. Place your bet on me and everything will be alright. Take a chance, ain't no risk. You and I won't hit and miss. Give yourself to me and we'll be more than friends for life. It always feels good to be honest. Can't you admit that you want this? Everybody knows it except for you. When you're lying there on your deathbed, you will regret you kept quiet. Also not telling me straight up, cool. So why you trying to hide your curiosity? When I know you call my name out in your sleep. Tell me, friend, can't you see you're in love with me? It's obvious we are that perfect match. Ain't no catch. You and I will make it last. Place your bet on me and everything will be alright. Take a chance, ain't no risk. You and I won't hit and miss. Give yourself to me and we'll be more than friends for life. So, what's it gonna be? You gotta give me something. What's it gonna be? Are we gonna do this or not? I really need to know if you're in or out. You don't have to say the words, just look in my eyes. Tell me, friend, oh, can't you see what you mean to me? It's obvious we are that perfect match. Ain't no catch. You and I will make it last. Place your bet on me and everything will be alright. Take a chance, ain't no risk. You and I won't hit and miss. Give yourself to me and we'll be more than friends for life.
Slipped and slide, slide metro. On the fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get text from me. They just give you anxiety. Just so much to see the micro. Realize to hit a plateau. Cause you don't smile when you get text from me. They just give you anxiety.
Going away, but it's alright though. Starting to chafe and that'd be painful. Happy flying, wish I'd been able to give you more and keep you stable. I don't trust just anybody. Circle tight just like the money. Plenty ones, they wanna try me. Pull the rope and I've been climbing. Many times I wanna let go. I'm reminded of the get-go. Where I've been, where I should get to. Keep me close, I'll show you real snow. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, we're moving too fast.
Slipped and slide, slide metro. On the fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get text from me. They just give you anxiety. Slipped and slide, slide metro. On the fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get text from me. They just give you anxiety.
Looking back, you were natural. Night and soft, a little aggro. I could see you from the back row. Shining brighter than the rest though. Up and down, I felt the head rush. From the first until the last touch. Had to tell me, my man, hush. I can work it if my head's crushed. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, we're moving too fast.
Slipped and slide, slide metro. Slipped and slide, slide metro. On the fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get text from me. They just give you
and you are listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And we're going to talk about the American dream and what that means. In 2023 and 2024, in 1985, in 1973, what is the American dream? And in all those times in the history, those dates that I just rambled out, the American dream was always owning a new home. You know, you grow up and you get a good job and you get good credit and you pay your bills and you save for that down payment. And that house is something that you're looking at, and that's the American dream. Because with that house, and you get married, and you open up that door, and you bring, your new spouse into the new home, or you guys work together in the 80s to refurbish or rebuild that special place that you call your own. American dream. And in the 2000s, we find out that the dream is becoming more and more less attainable for a lot of Americans. The housing market and the prices and the interest rates. The American dream is fading and fading fast for Americans, but not for corporations, not for institutions, not for the wealthy, not for conglomerates. We're finding that out. And we're finding out that Americans are supposed to have a new dream. A new dream. And that is not to own the house, but to rent it. So the American dream have turned into the American renter's dream, the dream to be able to rent a new home. A brand new home, we can rent it. BSUSA over here thinks that's a bunch of bullshit. That's not the American dream. The American dream was home ownership, land ownership. It's been part of what we are for such a long time. And the generations that ahead of us are being told that that's not the dream. The dream is to rent the house, to tell everybody you have a house and you have a very good landlord and the house is new. No one's rented it except for you. And you have these wonderful options and these wonderful appliances. But you don't own nothing. You're not rent to own. It's just rent to rent. And then what happens when you can't pay your rent? Just like you can't pay your mortgage. You get foreclosed upon if you can't pay your mortgage. But you have equity in the house and you've been paying for it and you can sell it or you can do something. But when you can't pay your rent, just like in apartment complexes and other places, the landlord gives you an eviction notice. So there are corporations, entities, and firms that are buying up whole communities, actually built brand new communities that are being built that normally represent the American dream and normally has young people going to these tract home and these builders with all these wonderful incentives, finding out that that whole community is only for renting. This is BSUSA saying that that's what the new American dream is supposed to be. And I think we can do better. I know we can do better. As a nation, we've done better in the past. Our young people should have the ability to own a home. But as well as I know, you're talking about in some states, a home is $800,000 for just a basic home. And I mean basic, I'm talking about the same home that your parents or your grandparents bought in the 80s and in the 70s are worth $500,000 to $1 million. Sometimes it's the same home. What happened? Oh, it's supply and demand again. It's population explosions again. It's all those things that we justify raising the prices so people can't afford. Raising salaries, but the housing prices are so high. How can you reach there? How can you get there? It forces you to, I don't even want to say what it forces you to try to get the dream now, because the dream has turned into something else. The American dream, that's what BSUSA is talking about. We're talking about land and home ownership, being able to have a 30-year fixed mortgage, and then after you grow old and you're in your home and your children have that home with you. That's BSUSA. Hold on to your dreams. We have more music.
Engineer, where are you headed? Carry me back to Tennessee. Oh, I got a little girl who's been waiting. Promised that she'd marry me. Mister, can we leave this seat? I'll shovel coal, Lord, to pay my fare. Gotta get this train down to the station. My little girl waiting for me. Well, the night is dark and Lord, it's cloudy. I've been traveling that lonesome road. My one true love waiting there to see me. Want that love? About 9, that poor boy's heart started overheating, sending all of his love on down. For the night is dark and Lord is quiet. I've been traveling this lonesome road. My one true love waiting there to see. Well, that long old train back. For the night is dark and the sky is cloudy. Traveling on that lonesome road. My one true love waiting there to see me. For that long old train, won't you carry me? Oh, train, 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 won't you carry me home? Oh.
Your civil rights, you demand that I eternize your name. Walk ahead. and shame, and I take the blame. Living by the rules to which high school blues. Buchanans keep provoking. Blood rinse us, thirst choking. Can anyone stand this nonsense? Eaten away, telling us to stop and obey. To stop and obey. Now rats can shine, jokers got silver lining. Holy Mary sings songs in the wet rain. Walking ahead. Now every new day's a new fire. Arm to my teeth, call me a liar. Building as you riff, someone show me someone living a desire. Big cannons keep provoking. Blood results thirst choking. Can anyone stand this nonsense? Eaten away, telling us to stop and obey. To stop and obey. When this goes wrong, do you know what you wish for? When this goes wrong, do you know what you wish for? I don't think you know. When this goes wrong, let me know. Just let me know what you wish for. Let me know what you wish for.
This is BSUSA, and we have been working very hard over here to get you some music and more the type of music that we know that you love. So you're listening to the segment called Heavy Lifting. We've got a lot more music that we've just uploaded to the system because all the heavy lifting we're doing over here. And so the music should be more diverse and more precise to the genre. This is Heavy Lifting, and thank you for listening and enjoy.
I walked all the way from East St. Louis to town. I walked all the way from East St. Louis to town. And I did not have but one lousy dime. I see a dark cloud rising, and I wonder what's gonna come of me. I see a dark cloud rising, and I wonder what's gonna come of me. And now, when I die, won't you please remember me? have my woman by my side. And the next time I hobo, gonna have my woman by my side. And if you make it to St. Louis, folks, stop by on the other side. I see a dark cloud rising now. What's gonna come of me? I see a dark cloud rising now. What's gonna come of me? And yes, when I die, won't you please remember me?
No matter what people want you to believe, don't ever turn back on your dreams. It's all in your hands, a change is near. Close your eyes, listen, the sound is so clear. Gotta love one another. Speak up, stand tall, our voice sounds broken. Rise up, love all, heart wide open. Got to love. Gotta love one another. You got to love one another. Not about the storm, but how you dance with the rain. Don't beat yourself up, strive through your pain. Keep moving forward, don't be afraid of who you are. Anything is possible, so shine like a star. Gotta love one another.
This is BSUSA and the 5-minute lowdown. We're going to talk about Georgia, the great state of Georgia, and how there is very, very political and powerful people who have to, by Friday of this week, and I guess I'll tell you the dates because if this is recorded, you will be able to understand. This is August 23rd on a Wednesday. So there's the 24th and the 25th. So the 25th of August, these particular people have to go to the county courthouse in Georgia and basically set bail for themselves because there's going to be a hearing, and they're going to have to be booked and have a mugshot and, be in the system. And then they get to prove themselves innocent or guilty in a court of law. This is what everyone goes through. Everyone goes through this. But this is high profile. And it's high profile like anything else is because when people have money and power, we kind of put them on pedestals. When we are looking at them and thinking that they can't do any wrong, we put them on pedestals. And Rudy Giuliani, I want to say it right. I hope I said it right. He was a prosecutor himself against criminals and the great state of New York. And now he's being charged of a crime in the great state of Georgia. Years go by, and what a difference a day makes. BSUSA is trying to say that our system is really a fair one because no matter who you are, if you commit a crime or a potential crime, you get to go to court and you get to plead your case, and your peers and the whole world gets to understand that there is a system to solve these problems. So we don't have kings and queens in America. We don't have people with so much money and power that they are above the law, even though we have people with money and power that know how to manipulate the system. And they have lawyers that are very educated and can delay things and can come up with ways to minimize the crime, the penalty of the crime. But that's okay. That's part of the system that we have here. But what's so good about our great nation is that we have a person who was a prosecutor in the great state of New York who actually went after criminals, and then now in the great state of Georgia, he gets to defend himself because he's being accused of a crime of racketeering. No one's above the law. No one is above the law. You better have your money in order. You better have your resources in order. You better be honest. You better be fair, because no one's above the law. People make mistakes. BSUSA have nothing but love for people who go out here and find themselves in a heap of trouble and make mistakes. But like anything else, you make mistakes and you go through the process and you get through the other side. If you have to do time, you do time. If you have to pay fines, you have to pay fines. If you are innocent and is proven innocent, you get to walk away. That's how the system works. And all the hype around it, that just comes with territory. There's a lot of people who been in and out of the court system. And you can hate the institution because you've been on the wrong side of the law. But those people are doing their job. And I'm talking about the police officers. I'm talking about the court system. I'm talking about the judges. I'm talking about the lawyers, the prosecutors, whatever title and category that they're in. This is the game in the system of law, because we live in a society under the rule of law. I don't want to mention everybody who has to go to Georgia by Friday, but they better be there and they better pay their fine so they can have bail, and they better roll up their sleeves and be ready to state their case. And that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. I mean, even if you don't believe that they should even be there, they should, because then the system works, and then they get to state their case. And then if they're innocent, then they get to try to prove it. If they are guilty, then they get to try to prove it. I mean, it's for everybody, you know. I got a little story. You know, my father was a deputy sheriff, and he used to be that guy in the courtroom. You know, through his career, he was that guy in the courtroom. And sometimes when I was younger, I was able to go in the courtroom, sit in the back, and watch some of these proceedings. And it's fascinating. And he let me do that so he can show me how the system works. And it also let me know that, you know, I was cutting up at the time and, you know, thinking that there is no consequences for behavior as a young teenager. And he said, yes, there is. There are consequences for bad behavior. And he showed it to me. My dad was a deputy sheriff at the time, and he was that guy that would stand in the courtroom. And, you know, sometimes you see on TV some of these people who are getting sentences that they don't like, and they start acting up, and the police officer has to grab them and put them out that little back room. That's what my dad did. So I learned that these systems do exist and they do work, and they've been here around. Now, if they're fair or not, that is to be determined. So be thankful that we have a justice system to sort all this mess out. This is BSUSA Radio, talking that bull shit. 5-minute lowdown. Here's some music.
Step away before I shake ya.
to keep them alive, but we throw them away. Oh, 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 love should be a joy. Looking for love in every corner. The hardest part is to not think it over. Yeah. Is he the one? Could I find a better one? I think I could do better. Every relation is a struggle these days. Try to keep them alive, but we throw them away. Oh, 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 love should be a joy. Every relation is a struggle these days. Try to keep them alive, but we throw them away. Oh, 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 love should be a joy. The moment you see him, you know what it feels like. Yeah, but after a week, something doesn't feel right. Is he the one? Could I find a better one? I think I could do better. Every relation is a struggle these days. Try to keep them alive, but we throw them away. Oh, 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 love should be a joy. Every relation is a struggle these days. Try to keep them alive, but we throw them away. Oh, 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 love should be a joy. So many chances I have lost. It's not okay. He doesn't feel okay. So much heartache in his caused. It's not okay. He doesn't feel okay. Every relation is a struggle these days. Try to keep them alive, but we throw them away. Oh, 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 love should be a joy. Every relation is a struggle these days. Try to keep them alive, but we throw them away. Oh, 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 love should be a joy. Every relation is a struggle these days. Try to keep them alive, but we throw them away. Oh, 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 love should be a joy.
that seem to get to me. I am back with a stolen identity. You know I see through anything. I'm the one-man army with the biggest team.
Got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me. So poke that, push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, up that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby. Pour that sweet on me, baby. Shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that. Preheat this oven up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like fun.
BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. As FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this the tree that's being felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope. And just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed, there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
Is there a
forget your troubles.
This is BSUSA, and we like to say thank you for listening in. And we have a little segment, little news segment for you today, and it's going to be Christy and her inappropriate jokes, which is dirty jokes. And she learned all these dirty jokes from her dear old dad. So how you doing, Christy?
I'm doing good.
And we're going to start off with a couple jokes here and try to see if we can get the joke. So take it away, Christy.
All right, so there were two nuns walking down the street, and as they walked down the street, they passed this alleyway. And two guys grab them, pull them in the alley, throw them down on the floor, lift up the dresses, have their way with them, right? One of the nuns looks up into the sky, and she reverently prays out, God, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. And the nun next to her looks at her and goes, shh, mine does.
Okay. One down, two more to go, right?
Yes. So there was a man who ended up getting robbed. They took everything, including his clothes. So he's trying to get home. He's walking down the street, trying to avoid everybody. So he's trying to lean up against the building as much as possible. But at some point, there's these nuns coming down the street. So he lays up against the wall as flat as he can, tries to be a statue. The first two nuns walk by, and they have a stroke. The third nun goes by, and she won't touch it.
Okay, and she won't touch it. Okay, so she won't touch what?
Whatever
Was
it
it what?
was, it goes to the other side of the building.
Okay.
Well, and then the last one. Okay, so there was these three guys, and they're walking down this road. In the middle of nowhere, the car broke down, and this woman drives up in this hot car, right?
Uh-huh.
And she opens the car and she talks to them, and she said, "Okay, whoever can keep up with my car for 1 mile, I'll give you a ride." So the first guy's like, "Awesome." She closed the door and starts driving down the street. And he's running next to the car. He's running, 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour. He falls behind. All right. So she goes back, talks to the other guy, opens up the door, said, "Hey, you want to try?" The other guy's like, "Yeah, what the hell? Nothing to lose." So she closed the door, starts driving down the street. He's running 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an
Okay.
hour, 15. He falls behind. She goes back, last guy. She opens the car door. She's talking to him. She's like, "Okay, you want to give this a try?" He's like, "All right, I'm going to try it." So she closed the door. She starts driving. This guy's right next to the door, running. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40. She's like, "Oh my God." She's like flooring it. 50, 60. He's still running. He's running his heart out. She stopped the car. She's like, oh my gosh. She's like, how did you do it? He's like, you'd run that fast too if your dick was stuck in the door.
Well, I think that deserves. Yes, that's what it deserves. Yeah, that's what it deserves. It also deserves. Yeah, that last one was good. That first one was kind of weak, but the second one kind of brought us up to speed. And the third one got the great laughter. So, Christy, where did you get these inappropriate jokes from?
I got some from my stepdad.
Oh.
He was a biker, and he was one of my dads. I had several. So, two of my dads were bikers. This was the second dad in that group.
So these are your stepdads
Yes.
out of the biker group that
An unusual situation. Apparently, it's not normal for one of your dads to give your family to the other dad and
Okay.
be the best man at the wedding. You know, it's kind of unusual apparently. But they were best buds, and the first dad was not willing to take on the responsibility of taking care of the family, so gave my other dad, who was willing to do this job, he said, "I'll step up. I'll take care of the family."
Wow.
And so he did. He stepped up, and he was with us through some really hard times, and a little bit self-inflicted, but you know he was there, and he did the best he could.
Yeah, so tell us about some of the hard times he was there for you. Something that's
Well,
pleasant.
uh, I remember he finally got a job. We were teenagers. He got a job as a maintenance man. We were so proud of him. And he had all the keys to all the apartments. There was like a couple hundred and something apartments, 180 or something. I mean, a lot of apartments. And he was the maintenance guy. And he got this one check. And so the bills were all paid. We're doing okay. And so he took us over to that secondhand bakery. This is where they take off all the extra baked goods. So
Oh,
it's like the
yeah.
discount
I
bakery.
think I think I've been there.
And so it's like the discount hostess bakery. Okay. So it's like all the name brand hostess stuff.
Mm.
And so he went in there with us 4 kids, and he got a shopping cart, and he just went down the aisles, and he just scooped everything off the shelf with his arm into the basket. As we were cheering him on, he filled this basket with all kinds of Twinkies, ding dongs, ho hos. I
Oh.
mean, every damn thing he could find.
Yeah.
And we were like, yeah,
Yeah, I can
Dad,
imagine,
yeah. And he
yeah.
was like, I'm the king of the world. You know, he was like living it
Was
up.
that his first paycheck for that job?
That was the first one he got after
Paying the bills and
he got
stuff like that.
settled
Yeah.
in, you know.
Yeah.
He got the first and last. He got the furnished the apartment. He got the food in the fridge. I mean, he got everything done and a car. So
Hey,
he got a Cadillac.
there you go.
And so he this is a check. He spent the whole thing there, couple $100, and just hosted. And it's like a quarter the normal price. And he spent hundreds of dollars. He just filled the basket overflowing with just all this stuff. And we put it in there, and there was like no rules for it. We were cheering him on. You think he won the Super Bowl.
It was just for you kids?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And he just splurged on his children. That sounds great. That sounds like, I mean,
Yeah.
sounds like a pretty good guy.
He felt like the king that day.
Yeah. What was his name?
Charlie.
Charlie.
That was the name he went by. His
okay.
first name was Floyd.
So he could have been a made up name or something. Is that what you're saying?
His middle name was Charles, so he went by Charlie, but his first name was Floyd, and he was quite embarrassed by it.
Oh, Floyd's a nice name. What's up with Floyd? I don't
I
see.
know. I mean, his favorite band was Pink Floyd, so you would think he'd
Yeah.
be like, "Yeah, Floyd." No, it was like, "No, thank you."
So when this happened, with you had the Twinkie and all this stuff, how old were you?
Oh my gosh, that happened when I was, I think, 15.
Oh, okay. And how old were you when he started telling you these dirty jokes?
I was 8.
8
I'm
years
probably
old.
younger actually, but I remember a lot of them from when I was 8. he was crude. Yeah.
Well, the 80s was a different time. I mean, I know it's more of a, especially in California and bikers and all that type of situation. It was definitely a different time. So
Mhm.
those jokes would be considered inappropriate now. And that's why we're saying them on the air and BSUSA, because we don't have a problem saying a bunch of bullshit here. So you got any more jokes you want to share with the audience?
Let's see. There's like the dumb blonde joke.
Okay, a couple dumb blonde jokes are coming right up.
Okay, so three women decide they're gonna go across the desert, right? So they've had this planned. So the day before, they're like, okay, we're gonna meet here. Bring something for this trip. We're gonna go across these sand dunes. We're gonna cross the desert. So bring something useful. So they meet up the next day, and so you got a blonde, redhead, and brunette. The
Okay.
brunette brings water, and the three girls sitting there with the water, and they look at it and go, okay, so why'd you bring water? And so the brunette's like, well, when we get thirsty, we can drink the water. And they're like, that makes sense. Good. And so they go to the redhead, and she's brought food. And she's like, oh, why'd you bring the food? Well, when we get hungry, we can eat it. They're like, oh, makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, sensible. They look at that blonde, and she's carrying a car door. And they're like, why are you bringing a car door? And she says, well, when it gets hot, we can roll down the window.
You know, I laugh at that joke. I've heard it 101 times, and it's totally inappropriate. But it is the classic joke. I like it. Like it. BSUSA is being inappropriately joking around here right now. So
I think my dad liked the blonde jokes because his mother-in-law was blonde. Bleach blonde.
why do people think blondes are not smart? Where did that come from?
I think it's Marilyn Monroe's fault with the gentlemen prefer
But
blonde.
she was a very smart lady.
Yeah,
And-
but she's also not naturally blonde.
oh yeah, she was a brunette. Yeah, so Hollywood made this thing up, and I think men were feeling more comfortable back then if your heartthrob wasn't as intelligent as you are. I don't understand that. That was a different time too. So you have any other jokes that you want to share with us that your dear old dad, the biker, with the inappropriate jokes?
Appropriate jokes. I'll save them for another segment.
That sounds good. But this is BSUSA, and we're sharing inappropriate jokes at joke time and cracking jokes. If you have some inappropriate jokes, we don't have a problem with them here. We don't want any crude jokes that won't be played on the streaming radio station. But inappropriate jokes, they are funny, and we don't really care, because it's a bunch of bullshit that we're too sensitive out here nowadays. So BSUSA is trying to lighten the bullshit load with a couple inappropriate jokes coming from Christy's Dash Charlie. So thank you for listening, and we're going to get back to music. So take care, everybody, and talk to you soon. Bye.
door. Yeah, maybe we'll fight about it, but I won't be down about it. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show, I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending from where it begins. I can forget about you, live out my days like it's still the same. There's still a part inside you, closing me out like I'm to blame. Yeah, we can fight about it, but I won't be down about it. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show, I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending from where it begins. All I know is how it goes when a heart like yours meets a heart like mine. We could turn all the words to rhymes, but a love like ours will break with time. It will break with time. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show, I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending from where it begins. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this shows, I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending from where it begins.
It doesn't really matter who's wrong or right. I'm still gonna squeeze you tight with all my might. Sugar ring come pouring down the lane, my flight. That's okay, that's alright. So long as I can be with you, I feel so high. And I can't seem to shake it and I don't know why. You got me in my feelings, keep me up all night. That's okay, that's alright. When I wake to the news, you have run off with the moon in your pocket, and nobody saw you slip away so soon. You can do no wrong in my eyes. Let's bury the hatchet, no more lies. Baby, you're wound too tight. Let me help you ease your mind. If nobody told you, I try to console you. You will get to where you're going. I'm not gonna sway you, I'll try to persuade you. You figure it on your own. Some might say that we can choose who we love, and if we lose sight of who we are, that we can go back and get a brand new start. Get in touch with our souls and understand our deep desire. So I climb inside to tap your heart, and I'm wearing the wire. Doesn't really matter who's wrong or right. I'm still gonna squeeze you tight with all my might. Sugar ring come pouring down the lane, my flight. That's okay, that's alright. So long as I can be with you, I feel so high. And I can't seem to shake it and I don't know why. You got me in my feelings, keep me up all night. That's okay, that's alright. When I wake to the news, you have run off with the moon in your pocket, and nobody saw you slip away so soon. You can do no wrong in my eyes. Let's bury the hatchet, no more lies. Baby, you're wound too tight. Let me help you ease your mind. It doesn't really matter who
that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. I've been called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been scared to look in my soul. I've been afraid I would follow the road. Yeah, afraid of the things I've been told. So can you help me out? Oh, yeah. Can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or are you speaking now? Are you speaking now? Oh, I think I can feel you say, dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. Oh, come on, come on. Be wild in the mystery. Yeah. Oh, you gotta let go, let go, let go. And be wild, be wild.
Calling your phone, why you not hitting me back? Please just pick up, don't wanna go tit for tat. Arguing on versus this, then it's that. Killing my vibe, now I'm writing this rap. This is not another love song, girl, you got me and me sprung on. Loving like you know your pick stick, curve me crazy like I did some. Really knew you was the one, no. Now you're wanting to be done, so held me tight like a zip tie. Now you're running on the run, not a love song, not another love song. 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 Ran up the check, no safety on what you get. You know I'm Saint Nick, all year was getting you gifts. Can't lie, I know I've been gone, just tryna make a week spend. I know you wanted me home, don't understand why you split. This is not another love song. Girl, you got me and me sprung on. Loving like you know your pick stand. Curve me crazy like I did some. Really knew you was the one, no. Now you wanting to be done, so held me tight like a zip tie. Now you're running on the run, go. Not a love song, not another love song. 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 Testing me, why you always testing me? Arguing back and forth, can't make a call, might need a referee. Thought of you not here, I'm in my thoughts, it's so unsettling. Trying to make some sacrifices, mind and heart been wrestling. Got your friends around you, talking crazy, hit them heckling. Got you in your feelings, now you hit me, and you're pressing me. Had me in the doghouse, tied down, I was tethering. But you're still right here, so are you riding, are you dead in me? Let it be. Not a love song, not another love song. Not a love song, not another love song. Not a love song, not another love song. Not a love song, not another love song.
And you listen to the 5-Minute Lowdown. We want to talk about this thing we call culture wars. And I've heard that a lot. It comes across my desk. A lot of social media and also the mainstream media talk about the culture wars. And it's talked about between the Republican and the Democratic parties. They say that the Democrats are talking about issues that affect our everyday lives, and the Republicans are talking about culture wars, which we need to understand what that is. And culture wars are things like people believe that there should be like this and shouldn't be like that, and this should be this type of society compared to another type of society. So what are we saying? What is a culture war? Because people are saying that culture wars matter. So BSUSA is asking you, what do you think a culture war is? You don't like the way your fellow Americans are acting or behaving that are different than you are? Or is it a culture war because there's things that you favor or believe in that are different from your neighbors or other American citizens based on their lifestyle and their way of, living, their culture, you know. There was a time where, we celebrated our differences in America. It made us great. We had people from all parts of the country and had different cultures and different ideas and different music that they listened to and just different way of being. But we celebrated it. We embraced it and we all excited about it. You can go down the South and deal with the culture of the South and the culture of the North, and all that was invited. But now we have culture wars. And the culture wars are pretty intense. We have extremists because of culture wars. We have the far left and the far right, which is basically culture wars. I mean, they are saying that the political landscape is a basic battleground for a culture war. And the things that are important, which is political policies and creating laws that will help benefit our society, seem to be on the back burner. It's like we can get to the political laws and things that we need to address after we win the culture war. And the culture war seems to be the only thing that matters. And the Republican Party and the Democratic Party is trying to find a way to combat and fight the culture war. It seems who did what and who didn't do this, and does he look this way, or he's too young, or he's too old, or he's too dark, or he's too light, or his friends are like this, and I don't like those type of people. It's culture war. I mean, it's pretty amazing how we as a nation are fighting because of the things that, years ago used to make us unique. Multicultural society, all different aspects of our nation, the flavors of each and every state combined together, making a great nation. And you could move to Texas and take on the culture of the people in Texas, or you can move the upper state, New York, and, adapt to that environment. Or you could, interact with people in California, Arizona, upper state, New York. I mean, all these places that we used to embrace the culture, and now we have culture wars. So BSUSA wants to know what you think about that. It'll take a minute to think about what is a culture war and why it's so important in our politics today. We hear a lot of things about a cult of personality. We hear about people saying things that you just can't be part of my tribe. And to identify if I'm winning or losing the culture war, that is pretty wild. BSUSA says it's a bunch of bullshit. Culture wars are a bunch of bullshit. Our differences would make us great. We fight among ourselves because we're frustrated and we're angry and we're confused and we're being told by our leaders that these things matter when they basically don't. They really don't matter. They're things that we're obsessing over. We're obsessing over it because what else do we have to do? Oh, maybe work together, make our country more prosperable, and vote for leaders that really want to move our country in a direction in the new society that we live in. So BSUSA wants to say thank you for listening. We talked about culture wars, and we want you to think about how you feel about culture wars. We got more music for you, and we will be here for you. This is BSUSA.
I can feel you staring. Is this something that you like? And I can feel you glaring, cause I'm so far out of sight. Now if you come in closer, beware of my wicked bite. And yes, I know you chose her, but I will not put up a fight. Tiny mountain queen who are, show us who you really are. Shiny bright city of star, run the show, this is all ours. Standing taller than the trees, they went down, we got this far. Shiny bright city of stars, they can't take away what's ours. It's all us. 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 You can't tell what I'm wearing. Maybe you try it on, you might. And I know it might be daring, but there is no need to feel fright. Cause everybody loves you and everybody wants you too. Come on a little closer, get closer to becoming you.
solution. You are, 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 you are the solution. You are the solution. You are, 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 you are the solution. You are the solution. Everything I needed. Never thought I'd meet someone like you. You know you are the reason why I feel like I can fly. Thinking about you day and night. I love it when you kiss me, love it when we touch. Every time I'm down, you make me smile. You're the solution. You are, 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 you are the solution. You are the solution. You are, 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 you are the solution. You are the solution. I wanna hold your hand, you're everything that I desire. Every time we touch, we can set the world on fire, world on fire. I wanna hold your hand, you're everything that I desire, I desire. Every time we touch, we can set the world on fire, world on fire. I just wanna look into your eyes. You know you make me feel like I'm alive. You are, 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 you are the solution. You are the solution. You are, 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 you are the solution. You are the solution. I wanna hold your hand, you're everything that I desire. Every time we touch, we can set the world on fire, world on fire. I wanna hold your hand, you're everything that I desire, I desire. Every time we touch, we can set the world on fire, world on fire.
Ah yeah, hey, Amaru. Only if you're ready, 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 ready. Let's go. I'm only looking for loyalty. All I need from you. I'm thinking you be the one for me. I can see it on you. Your love that do me every time. With you by my side, we gon' shine. Baby girl, you know you royalty. I've been waiting for you. Me no care about all the noise, but I'm digging your station. See how you got my head spinning with a body rotation. Body rotation. Couple days went by, now I'm losing my patience. Go ahead, drop a pin, girl, wanna know your location. What's your location? Had to pull a plug on your ex, now you coming my way out. I can switch it up for you, girl, I'm no longer a player. See that pretty face on my screen, that'll make my day. Bea, bea. I'm only looking for loyalty. All I need from you. I'm thinking you be the one for me. I can see it on you. Your love they do me every time. With you by my side, we gon' shine. Baby girl, you know you royalty. I've been waiting for you. She royalty. Do you know she royalty? Yeah. Do you know she royalty? Yeah. She gon' say I be that one that'll get her heart racing. I did feel like with her we can take over nations, yeah. We can take a trip whenever, girl, you need a vacation. Number one bad girl, killing everything like on a mission. Girl on a mission. Had to pull a plug on your ex, now you coming my way out. I can switch it up for you, girl, I'm no longer a player. See that pretty face on my screen, that'll make my day. Bea, bea. I'm only looking for loyalty. All I need from you. I'm thinking you be the one for me. I can see it on you. Your love they do me every time. With you by my side, we gon' shine. Baby girl, you know you royalty. I've been waiting for you. Yeah. 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 Do you know she royalty?
and we have the 5-minute lowdown. It's important to recognize BS when you see it. And back in the day, a lot of people just didn't understand BS when they saw it. And so they made decisions based on BS. And they found themselves making bad choices, bad decisions, and find themselves up against the wall with problems and situations. And things got a little rough because that BS has to be identified. And here at BS USA, we try to identify certain things and try to call out certain BS. I make a light at it. Try to, it can be serious at times. But the one thing we're going to do is call out BS. So let's get to it. Government shutdown. That's a threat. That's a threat to the American people. That's a threat to the institution. And it's saying to the institution that we don't like the way you do business and we're going to shut it down. And then we're going to start it back up again. And then if you don't do what we needed done so it can run better. So the whole concept is that it has to be shut down, has to be tore down, it has to be somehow stopped. And we think that's a bunch of bullshit here. And it's because we understand what's going to happen if our government shuts down. People are not going to get paid. If you go to get your paycheck and the boss says to you, I don't have your paycheck right now because I was supposed to get paid by, our distributors, and he didn't pay us yet, and they decided to shut down, so they didn't pay us, and so I can't pay you right now. I owe you, but I can't pay you. Now, you would think that, hey, this is BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music, also the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. As FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this tree that's been felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
This way.
and we have been working very hard over here to get you some music and more the type of music that we know that you love. So you're listening to the segment called Heavy Lifting. We've got a lot more music that we've just uploaded to the system because all the heavy lifting we're doing over here. And so the music should be more diverse and more precise to the genre. This is Heavy Lifting, and thank you for listening and enjoy.
Down in the dungeon is all we know, where the shining light we never go into the open. As far as you can see it, wasting there a big bright destiny. Don't you feel like breaking free? Open your eyes, embrace what you see now. Don't you feel like cutting loose? Yeah, cutting loose, cutting loose. I'm alive.
Radio Talk, and we have Nick in our talk show today, and he is a dear friend of mine, and we are very happy to have him here. And we're going to be talking about something that is passionate to him and to me, and it is transgender youth. And just going to talk about that, find out what his opinions and his experiences, and we're just going to share back and forth. and that is for everyone here at BSUSA to be part of this conversation and to understand, what, as transgender people and young people are thinking about, or basically people who are parents of transgender or young people who are transitioning and trying to find their way. So I'm going to bring Nick in, and here we go. Hi, Nick. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Yeah. Hi, Nick. This is Nick, and you are on BSUSA, and all our listeners are here listening to you and me, and we're going to be talking about transgender youth. So that's the first thing we're going to talk about. A couple of things that, me and Nick talked a little bit earlier, and we were just kind of trying to, feel out what this conversation was going to be about, because it is something that is kind of a sensitive issue for some people, and a lot of people really do not have a connection to a lot of transgender youth. And I've experienced some interaction with my children in the sense of trying to identify themselves as something. And so we got Nick here, and he has some comments and information that he'd like to share too. So, hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm trying to hang in there. So you do know that you've had, people that you know that are adults that are transgender, right?
Oh yeah, I am from, I'm not really into the label kind of thing, but I am from the LGBTQ plus community. I don't know if I left any
letter out or whatever.
Any letters out.
Yeah. And so
we're not monolithic. We think differently about someone's personal growth. First thing I want to say is that this is a complicated issue.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem like anyone has the answers to it.
Yeah.
And we all have our philosophies and our logic.
Uh-huh.
But just for everyone that's listening, that doesn't give you the right to abuse someone or be disrespectful or unkind to people because you don't understand what they're going through or you don't agree with it.
Yeah.
So let's first say that.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that at BSUSA, we are a positive radio station, and we do not believe in hate in the sense of being bullied. And I know a lot of people in the transgender community and people who are young people that are transgender get bullied all the time. So that is something that I'm glad you brought up, that, we're not into being hateful or bullying people. So, yeah.
With that being said, we don't necessarily have to agree either.
That's right.
We can agree to disagree and still have respect for one another.
Yeah, so let's get down into it. You have two boys, right? And they have friends that are transgender, right?
Well, they're in school, and it's gotten to the point right now. It's like, does anyone know anyone that is not connected in some kind of way to someone that's transgender? So, it's get to that point, So, my kids are not really personally, because they don't have any transgender friends. They do have classmates that are transgender.
Okay.
And we do have a relative that is transgender, adult.
Yeah. Did you you were talking a little bit earlier when we talked about how your kids were able to literally stand up and have their voices heard because they saw some bullying of some of the students that were transgendered in the school. Would you like to comment on that?
Back in the day, if someone gets bullied, it's usually somebody going to stand up for them, you know?
Right, right.
But these days, everything is so violent, and so I don't teach my boys to get in the middle of something like that, but I do teach them to report it to authorities, you know, as quickly as they can, without
Right.
getting, because they have been bullied themselves. They have fathers that are same-sex loving, so
Right.
you know that bullying does go on, even though the schools, the education system says zero tolerance. That's pretty much ignored.
Yeah. I mean, my in my personal experiences, I'm in a what you call a interracial relationship myself, and my children have been bullied. So I understand what you're saying, that no tolerance, sometimes that no tolerance policy does find itself not being enforced. So I do
Right,
understand that.
right, and it really doesn't. And I don't know what zero tolerance means anyway. What does that mean?
It means if they catch you and they're able to do something, but sometimes they just turn in their head. That's what I think it means. Well,
If
based on
you think about it, I don't know exactly what that means. Zero tolerance mean that you'll get kicked out of school? No, that doesn't happen.
no,
I can tell you that.
you get to what, say you don't like it and then go back to class.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is it doesn't work. People
So
still get bullied.
so let's talk about the you know, I have my oldest son, and he is going through, I call it identity searching, trying to find his own identity, and he's more of, I consider, um, more sensitive type of a young man, and a lot of people can say that or try to influence him to be not more masculine. Can you want to comment on something of that nature based on your experience?
Well, you growing up, you get all kind of challenges to be part of the group.
Yeah.
You know, the in crowd. And I tell my sons that are teenagers now, I tell them, everyone that's going to school is trying to fit in. Even the ones that you think are pretty settled, even the ones that seem to have the most confidence are all still trying to fit in. These are the awkward years for everyone.
Yeah.
And just keep that in their head and let them know, you know, you don't have to be part of any crowd. You can just be yourself.
You know, that's a good point. I like that point right there. You don't have to be part of any crowd, but
Or
it's,
accepted by a crowd.
yeah, but it seems like that there's a lot of enforcing you to be part of a crowd nowadays. I know that it was like that in the past, but nowadays it's a lot of like me, me, me. We were talking about, you know, everybody wants to be in front of the line. You know, it's like my issues are the only issues. And we were talking about being tolerant, and we were talking about, you know, just being able to be civil. You know, do you have any comments on that?
Well, you know, this is not a new issue. We've had tolerance issues throughout our history,
Uh-huh.
and we hope and wish and pray that people would be tolerant. But you know, it's just not a youth problem. It's also an adult problem, and that's why I said it. What I said at the beginning, because sometimes people feel personally offended if they don't understand something, and 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 being angry or thinking it's going to change whatever you're about is something maybe that they feel. I don't know what they feel, but I do know that it's not just youth that are intolerant, it's also adults, and maybe they learn it from the adults, but it's just an ongoing issue of tolerance. I teach my children
Right.
to be tolerant of everyone, and definitely no name calling. You know, back in the day, these days we live in a fragile society. Back in the day, we used to have competitions of insulting each other.
Yeah, we used to call it joning back in the day. Did you ever hear that phrase, joning. We
No,
used
I
to,
never heard of that. I'm from the South, though.
yeah,
So
I'm
we
from the
called
East
it
Coast.
buzzing.
Yeah, yeah, on the East Coast, we used to ride the school bus going to school, and we would joan, which is basically joking insults. I mean, I know a lot of the people that I grew up with, they could have been stand-up comedians with all the joning
Oh yeah,
that they were
you
doing.
lose when you get mad. If you get mad, you lose.
And you're
So
hoping,
this is a different society now. I
yeah.
don't think they can take that.
Oh, you can't say nothing. You can't.
Oh wow. Oh yes. I know.
No, you can't say nothing. You can't even. I don't know if it's like joking or it's just everybody's sensitive. But then there's so much violence, you know. So what do you think about all the violence towards the transgender community and transgender youth and just the violence? What is that being promoted more because of media or is that really happening? What's your opinion
Well,
on that?
I think it's everything. I also, speaking on the violence only, I think how how we teach English forever in school, right?
Right.
English and math. They need to start a new class that they need to teach from youth all the way to graduation, and that is conflict resolution
Yes, yes.
without violence, and that's what they need to learn every year.
But isn't it true that, I remember there was a time when I was in college it was about, basically understanding that you can solve problems through debating and discussion. And that only happened in my college years, but in my high school years and elementary school and junior high school, it was really about, well, fit in or use a fist. We would do a lot of
Right,
fighting.
right. Because you didn't have the tools.
Yeah,
They didn't teach the tools to deal with a lot of that stuff. A lot of times, all you know, and as you deal with your own kids, I know mine. I know one of my sons. The first resort for him is anger, and gosh, that's an ongoing issue with us.
So let's do a scenario here. Let's say that I give you, let's say I have authority and I give you the power to come up with a program for doing that type of um, problem solving. What would be one of the key things you would implement in the schools to put you on
I'm
the
not
spot?
sure. Yeah, it's not my field, but if I don't get paid for it, so so I don't know. I guess I do. I am a licensed anger manager. So I would first say, smile, take a deep breath before you respond. And I also, like I tell my children, walk away from controversy. Walk away. And I don't ever tell them to fight unless, of course, we don't want to tell our children to hit anybody, but don't let someone just keep hitting you without you responding. You have to avoid as much as you can, and unless someone lays their hands on you, and you have to defend yourself. That's my philosophy.
Well, that sounds good.
Power. I also teach, like one of my sons is going to be a lawyer, probably a lawyer or a fisherman. I don't know. And he understands sometimes getting a whooping is a lot more controlling than whooping someone.
Oh yeah.
Getting them in trouble.
Take a couple of licks and get it over with and going down the
Yeah,
street.
right. That way they can't go in there and say that you did anything. You can always say they hit me, and then
that's the intellectual way of winning the battle.
Yeah, we're too old guys, and we really don't or remember maybe what it feels like on the playground. But these kids are smart.
Yes.
And they find a way of bullying every way possible. So, we may not understand everything that a kid goes through.
Right. So you're thinking, I mean, based on this conversation, I'm getting from you that you're saying that the transgender youth problem is just another form of a bullying problem when it comes down to dealing with other communities. So you're seeing that.
Oh, yes, I do believe that. But the transgender itself is an issue all on its own because all people are different. You may have some transgender come out and say, I'm transgender and what, and
Uh-huh.
then you have other people that can't really take the criticism or take the abandonment or take the loneliness or take the unacceptance. That's a hard thing to swallow. Uh, so everyone's different,
You would,
everyone's different.
you're talking about, like, let's say in the sense of, identifying who you are and being true to yourself, and then we call it going against the grain, back in the day, and that you want to be yourself, and maybe your town or your community are against you, and so BSUSA wants to say that we got nothing but love for you, and the being yourself is the key, because sometimes it's just about understanding that maybe you have to find your own community, you have to find your own place in this world to be yourself, because nobody wants to feel like they're being, just placed off to the side and being looked down upon. I do know that we're talking about transgender. There is a biological mechanism behind it. There's a psychological mechanism behind it. Do you have any comments on that, of what you might know or anything, Nick, about that?
I don't know of any biological uh, aspects of it, of chromosomes and all of that. Anything scientific, I don't know of anything.
Mm-hmm.
But what else did you ask?
Basically, there's a lot of documentation out here that's talking about how that the XY chromosome is a spectrum, and that we we are not just X and Y. There's a combination of what we are that leans towards a certain characteristic, and it actually affects the way our brain was developed. And there's a lot of data out there about that. And I just want to know if you ran across it, or heard some people talk about it, or know about anything familiar in that area from your life.
No, I really can't speak on it. I'm not educated enough
Mm-hmm.
on the subject on the science of the subject. But no, I can't speak on it. I wouldn't speak on it because I'm not qualified.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No problem with that. Yeah. So a couple other things, just in your daily life and the way you are interacting with people, I can see that you're very, I won't just say tolerant. I'll just say very kind and open person. That's why you and me have known each other for a couple years now, and really deep friends. And our friendship, I see a lot of that kindness and that type of deal. So you're saying that that's something that is really one of the key things in dealing with people, if it's transgender youth, people of all communities. And so that's what you're saying. You're saying even though we have these differences, it's our behavior that's the key.
Right. If you really took the time, I actually know many cross dressers, transgender, drag queens, or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Many over the years, and they're just like anybody else. You get to know them. They're just like anybody else. And it really, once you get to know people, um, all that other stuff really doesn't come into play.
Oh,
As long as you're respectful.
so it's basically a perception. That's what you're saying. All that other stuff is a perception. That's what.
It's more of an acceptance.
Oh,
You accept people for who they are, and not necessarily how they're dressed or what they do. You just accept people. I mean, that's what I've learned throughout life. I was raised very, very in the church,
yeah.
and I grew up, and I got to get out in the gay community. In the gay community, meet many kinds of people, and I've known people in the drug industries and stuff like that. And people are just people. Some of them have hang-ups about things, and some don't.
So
But
your relation, you grew up in the church, and how do you feel about the church? And I know there's certain churches that are accepting of the transgender community, and certain churches aren't. And based on the church that you grew up with, it was a lot of conflict against transgender.
Oh, well, no, it wasn't any conflict because it wasn't any transgender.
Oh,
Not that we know about.
well, so it
Trust
was,
me, if it had been, it would have been conflict.
and that's because of scripture.
Oh, I think that's because of fear.
Oh, fear.
They just use scripture.
Okay.
They've been using scripture against everybody for centuries.
So you're saying that it's a fear factor, as you know, not to quote the television show, back in the day. So it's like, because I know there's a lot of people who cannot be, I mean, they find themselves in church, and then all of a sudden they decide to be part of a community, and they're actually kicked out of the church, and the church tells them they can't come in anymore because of what they are or how they behave. So they find themselves hiding in the closet, or I guess the best way to say it is just denying who they are in public. So
Yes, exactly. But I say to anyone now that not the youth, because the youth doesn't have much choice in the matter. But as you get older, there's all kinds of churches. Find some faith that you agree with that is accepting of you, and go to that church.
oh, okay. So
Unless you want to change just church everywhere and make it like be accepting and everything like that. But we all know that's not going to happen.
no, because you can't keep us apart. My biggest problem is that I think it's just we're always in our own little tribe all the time, and then we cross over to each other's tribe, and then we act like our tribe is the best tribe in town, and then we have conflict among it, and then with social media now, and online radio like the one here at BBS, at our station, it's just anything could be said, and so it's just a level of responsibility, like you said, on how you communicate and talk with people about your tribe or someone who's not in your tribe. And so I see that in the church situation. So tell me a little bit about you. I'm going to change the subject a little bit since I have you on the air. And so tell me about you, if you don't mind sharing about a little bit about your story.
My story, as in transgender.
No, as in just, transgender, or as in your life in the sense of how you relate to things, and just your interaction with this topic.
um, let's see. In my 20s,
Uh-huh.
I would, being in the community, of course, I would go to drag shows, and I can remember me and my best friend at the time. Uh, we both basically together came out of the closet,
Uh-huh.
and we would go to nightclubs, and we would use fake IDs to get in because I think we were like 19 or something. 19.
Everybody uses those fake IDs. I have fake IDs.
Well, anyways, and they never fooled anybody. They
I
just
know.
let you, okay?
And
Well,
if
anyway,
you have money, they let you in.
right. And not our first thing, but our first time we ever saw drag queens,
Hmm.
it was at a pageant. I don't know if you've ever been to a drag pageant before,
I
but
think
it was a big one, okay? And the reigning drag queen was gonna crown the new winner.
okay.
And we went, and me and my friend, and we saw that, and they were crying. Oh my God, we just laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed because it was funny to us that these guys were dressed up and they were crying. We looked at it as comical.
Oh,
But as the years went by, we learned to appreciate drag and transgender people on stage, and to a lot of people, it's really a way of life as far as entertainment. They enjoy that, and it is very entertaining.
It's it's
Uh,
it's very entertaining, and I think it's very popular in some states.
yeah, have you ever been to a drag show?
No, I've seen drag shows. Actually, in Las Vegas, I actually saw one. I can't believe it. I was in Vegas one time, and I actually saw these beautiful women. And I was what 17, running around in places I wasn't supposed to be. And I saw these beautiful women, and I was like, "Wow, these women are beautiful." And my buddy said, hey, dude, those a bunch of guys." I go, "What?" And I was a kid, those a bunch of guys. And a part of me was like, those some good looking guys. and
That's
I,
the part. That's the part you kept in the closet.
oh, I'll be honest about it. I was kind of screwed up a little bit the rest of that day because I was like, there was some good looking guys that make me gay or that make me feel like, hey, but it was just, they look good and they were drag queens. So I don't want to put the label on it. So would you call them queens, drag queens? That's the label. I think that's the label that they accept. Is that
Well, back in the day, it used to be called transvestite.
Oh, okay.
And now, now you got drag queens. They still say drag queens. And then you got transgender. Transgendered is not necessarily drag. Okay, it's someone that is that's more comfortable
Mm-hmm.
and living their lifestyle that way. The drag queens, a lot of times, it's just for uh, entertainment.
Oh, so the trans, what did you say? Transvestite?
Transgender.
Not just transvestite. You were saying back in the day they
Back in the day, it used to be called transvestite, which basically men that dress in women's clothing. They
Yeah.
didn't necessarily have to be gay or anything.
I remember that be considered a bad thing back in the day. I remember someone said, "Oh, he's a transvestite."
That's just the way people parse their morality. I mean, they say it's a bad thing, but they looked at Flip Wilson, Milton Berle,
Yeah.
they looked at all of them, and they enjoyed every bit of it.
What was Jordine?
Nadine.
Yeah, Jordine or whatever back there. And they say in Hollywood, most every leading man has dressed up in drag for some type of show or some type of event and some type of movie. It's kind of like a thing that they were documenting. How many people, how many action star macho guys dressed up in drag? And they were like Patrick Swayze back in the day. Wesley Snipes, and a lot of people dressed up in women's clothes. So my question is that, for all this so-called non-acceptance, there should be a little more acceptance across the board. Like I think he was saying about fear, and before we close out the talk show here at BSUSA, I want to talk about that fear. And, where do you think that fear comes from against basically transgender youth? Where do you think the fear comes from?
Fear and anger are so close together that people choose that avenue to respond to things because they don't know or they're scared, and they choose anger and they resort to that. Or some people are just like you were inside. You said you kind of liked it. You kind of was intrigued about it.
Oh, I was intrigued about it, and then I got a little scared, and then I got a little like, what's wrong with me? Because I was just, this big 17-year-old basketball playing type of a guy. And then I heard later when I was playing football, you got to watch out because there's some guys like that here on the football team. And so we would go into the locker room and kind of try to point out which guy might be one of those guys. Hey, I hope you got a girlfriend. It was crazy. I mean, that's how it was because they wanted and don't have some type of, I guess the best way to say it, physical response to a drag queen. if you know what I'm saying. Because as teenage boys, we have physical response to a magazine, anything, something
Right.
at the beach, anything like that. So you have a physical response, and for my listeners, I hope you understand what we're trying to say. And don't have that, then you might have to go home and talk to your dad about it or your mom about it.
But I just want to, say that people go through all kinds of challenges throughout life, and if you don't know something, try to get educated, and get educated on several different sources. Don't just take my word or your word or Google or wherever you watch. YouTube. Do a little bit more research, and then you'll be able to really be educated on the subject.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because people want to think that they understand things. Now, I'm from the I'm from the LGBTQ plus community, and I don't understand a lot about transgender.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. But I do want to say this, since in raising my children and everything like that, if your child seems to be more masculine or more feminine, they don't want to wear a dress or they want to wear pants or whatever, don't go clinging to labels.
Oh,
like transgender or
mm-hmm.
gay or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. If your child comes, well, I'm gay, and they're 10, I remember, kids come home all the time. One of my sons came home and said he wanted to be called BJ.
Oh.
I don't know who BJ is, but it's not a B or a J in his name. Okay. And sometimes you go along with it, and sometimes you kind of like, you ignore it or you.
Yeah.
But don't cling to labels and go. I've heard people, personal stories where people, my child said he was gay, so they go out and get him a bunch of earrings and lipstick and all of that.
Yeah, or buy him a dress or something like
right.
that.
And that's not gay. And that's not gay. It's just because, that's what's out there. If you're gay if you wear lipstick or crazy.
Yeah, it's like, it depends on the group. I know there's an area that I know of people, and they like to wear, I would call it more feminine type of attire. But if you call them gay, they go, what are you talking about? I got a girlfriend, I got all this, but they just like to wear more feminine type of attire. And I know girls who like to wear more suits and more masculine, as you would, if you want to categorize it, masculine type of attire. So yeah, that makes a good point.
I grew up in a smaller town. I later moved to a larger town when I became an adult.
Mm-hmm.
And being quote unquote gay, I learned something earlier on as well. I come from a black community where everything is overly masculine.
Right.
You
Yeah.
show
Oh yeah.
femininity, you must be gay, so you don't show any femininity. Unless you're really brave and tell them to go screw themselves. Okay. You got some people that they don't care what the community says. They do what they do. They're really brave.
And you give you a hard time, they whoop your butt too. And
they're right.
It's like,
I'm a black guy, and I'm not a black guy. I am black, and I worked at a mall, and what I realized, because you got a lot of different kind of people working, with the public, and
right.
I used to associate gay with femininity.
Oh.
And meeting different people in that setting, and all settings, to tell you the truth, I had to realize, because I got to know people that were very feminine, men that were very feminine, but they were not gay.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And that just goes on a journey of learning.
Yeah.
Not everything is as you were taught or as you grew up in.
Or you were, I say, socially programmed to believe sometimes. That's why I like what you said about getting educated. Don't just look something up in Google or whatever, really try to, I know we don't have time for that. I know a lot of my listeners don't have time to do your research, but, it is good to try to understand. And I think tolerance and kindness is the thing that I think Nick is saying, and I'm saying. So that kind of opens up the door so you can learn more about people, and people are individuals. Sometimes we always try to put people in a box, and it's just not that. It's people are individuals. They don't go
Right.
in
That's
box.
a good way of putting it. Putting people in the box is correct because the box you put them in is what all the things that you believe in. And that's
Oh yeah,
true.
that's good. So I'm gonna say to you, Nick, that BSUSA, thank you very much for your time, and really appreciate you actually coming on the air and sharing and telling and talking about transgender youth and some of your experiences and sharing with our community. Which you are part of. We think you as part of BSUSA community, and thank you for sharing who you are. BSUSA thanks you, and would ask you if you would love to come back at another time about some other topic.
Oh, great, great. Just call me anytime.
Okay, there's no problem with that. So I'm going to say, Nick, thank you again, and we are going to conclude this BSUSA talk show. We have Nick on the line, and we were talking about transgender youth and our experiences dealing in the transgender community. So thank you for listening, and we have more music on the way. So thank you, Nick, and I will talk to you, and BSUSA will end the this
Talk
is
show
BSUSA Radio
Bye-bye.
Talk.
Bye-bye.
And we have Nick in our talk show today. And he is a dear friend of mine. And we are very happy to have him here. And we're going to be talking about something that is passionate to him and to me. And it is transgender youth. And just going to talk about that, find out what his opinions and his experiences, and we're just going to share back and forth. And that is for everyone here at BSUSA to be part of this conversation and to understand, what, as transgender people and young people are thinking about, or basically people who are parents of transgender or young people who are transitioning and trying to find their way. So I'm going to bring Nick in, and here we go. Hi, Nick. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Yeah. Hi, Nick. This is Nick, and you are on BSUSA, and all our listeners are here listening to you and me, and we're going to be talking about transgender youth. So that's the first thing we're going to talk about. A couple of things that, me and Nick talked a little bit earlier.
The weight of the ocean. You keep climbing mountains, too blind to see. It's not getting you closer to where you wanna be in your life. The weight on your shoulders, time to put it down. You fall and you break, you got battles to take on, but you figure it out, yeah. When you fall and you break, you got changes to make now. See the light at the end of the tunnel, it's right there, now just look up and follow. Take one step at a time, babe, I'm with you all the way. So baby, get up, 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 up. No, don't you stay down, 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 down. Now lift yourself up, 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 up. Baby, baby, get up, baby, get up.
I've got sway, I've got swag, all in the open, no cloak and dagger, Motown. at the door, but don't freeze in your tracks. It's the chance that you've been waiting for. It's the light coming through the cracks. When life shows an open door, come on, step through. A chance like the purest gold. Come on, come on. When life shows an open road, you know you should ride. Forget what you've been told and ride this open road. This open road. This open road. Boom, boom, that knock on your door. It's sounding further away.
This is BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. As FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show, who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this tree that's been felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed, there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
Don't lose heart, life was times. All I need is you, yeah, like all I need is you. Baby, we can rendezvous. Baby, all I need is you, like all I need is you. Baby, all I need is you. Yeah, I'll be honest, 요준이 생각이 많아. It's dishonest to say that I've been feeling alive. 난 아니야, staying up in night at a chance. 네가 필요 없다고 구차니난 거짓말. Now I'm sprung, running through my head. 네 옆에 말해줘, 시간 없다고 할 때가 가라고. You ain't even gotta tell me twice, so you fancy. Funny how you in my life. 그래 이젠 궁금하지 않아 우리 미래. Think about her, strip down on the east side. Driving on the wrong side, down on the freeway. Frequent trips and frequently 기대. 우리 컸던 점점 더 힘이 들던. Think about our problems, 점점 커져. 친구 사이로 I know I told you we could be there. 1, 2, 3. I ain't never offended that you left like that. 있으면 우리 싸울 텐데. Staying up at night is a 보이기 해. I don't really miss you. Talking like we're friends, so 지난 척해. Like a game, but you're not even playing. 연락하지 마, 이름 보지 않게. I don't really need you. All I need is you, yeah. All I need is you. All I need is you, yeah. Like all I need is you. Baby, we can rendezvous. Baby, all I need is you. Like all I need is you. Baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be honest, picking on, hemming on, 그리워, hopping on, think about you. 시간 지나도 바뀌는 건 없고 all the time wondering if what you said is even true. 학교 중요하다고 이해한다고 I think I should have said no. Said I understood 미안하지만 친구 사이로 사이좋게 하자고 맘만 좋을 거라고. Sorry if I let you on, yeah. Switch up, I see you rocking new hair and let's make up. 보기 좋을지 머릿속에 take up. 생각만 해도 could break up. 생각만 해도 I wake up. 후회하진 않아 가끔씩 생각이 나. How you just cruising on by. I'm busy doing a lot. Getting you out of my mind. Getting you out of my mind. I ain't even offended that you left like that. 있으면 우리 싸울 텐데. Staying up at night is a 보이기 해. I don't really miss you. Talking like we're friends, so 지난 척해. Like a game, but you're not even playing. 연락하지 마, 이름 보지 않게. I don't really need you. All I need is you, yeah. All I need is you. All I need is you, yeah. Like all I need is you. Baby, we can rendezvous. Baby, all I need is you. Like all I need is you. Baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
just with me, riding on the highway, making plans that are free, ringing on the doorbell to my girlfriend's house. Town is not even noon. I haven't met a stranger in a long, long time. Haven't kissed one either, but now is the time. 'Cause I'm a believer in this open house. Don't care about good or evil, drinking coke and rum. All our friends hanging out in the pool. Perfect body sweating, making moves. Passing out in the late afternoon. Lazy Sunday party, baby, ooh. Checking out the rooms, I find an orange cat. It's looking at me like I am just all that. Wanna
And it's a 5-minute lowdown. We want to talk about school and being in school. You know, being in high school, being in college, you know, being in those courses online, being in school all the time. That's what BSUSA wants to talk about. Being in school all the time. We've had a discussion over here and trying to ask the question, is being in school valuable? You know, people go, yeah, you know, you need an education. Yeah, you need to learn things. You need to know stuff. But is it valuable? And a lot of people don't think it's valuable. A lot of people don't think going to school is valuable. Somehow, some way, they believe that, you know, it's not going to really help them because they can't really find a good paying job and prices are so high and you're never going to be able to have the quality of life that you want anyway. So why waste your time spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in school? This one's a little rough, a little hard. And I love education and I love learning. I am always in school. I'm always learning. I'm always trying to learn something because I think it's part of the growth process of who I am and developing me becoming more. I mean, life keeps moving on. Things keep evolving and changing. And why shouldn't I learn about it? But a lot of people have other priorities, and that's to get a job and to make money and all that type of stuff. And they feel that, hey, spending all that money for an education, they just really can't afford it, or they start it and they start to fail, and it's hard because they have to be disciplined and they have to study and they have to get up every day and go or get online and log in and make sure those reports are done correctly, and they're going to have to be told what they did wrong. They're going to be told how to improve themselves. And people don't like to be told anything about themselves. They want to believe everything that they have is good to go right now. BSUSA says that's a bunch of bullshit. Just because we're afraid of becoming more than what we appear to be is still the thing we need to be doing. Over here at BSUSA, that's what we believe. We believe that we need to be growing. We need to be learning. We need to go to school and go to class and learn how to be disciplined. We need to be there and engage and meet people and interact with people and do what's right and break out of our comfort zone and do all those wonderful things that we know we can do but are afraid to do them. And everybody is afraid to do them. But a lot of people still do them too. Even though they're afraid, the challenges come and it gets better and it gets easier and get to a point that it becomes comfortable. And I know some people don't even like to ever leave school. BSUSA is saying an education can never be taken away from you. The knowledge that you learn from others is yours. And if you have to pay for it, you pay for it. If you have to pay for it with time, you have to pay for it with effort and sweat, you have to pay for it with money. Pay for it. Because it can never be taken away. The knowledge grows and you can use that knowledge. The key thing that BSUSA believes that you can get all this information and knowledge, but if you do not know how to use it, if you do not learn how to understand what you're looking at and apply it, then maybe you're wasting your time. So I think the first thing we need to learn is how to learn. That's BSUSA, and we have music here for you. And we're learning how to run an online radio station. And we're learning how to reach out and connect. So if you got any comments and information that can help us do that, we are open for that. And we thank you for listening. This is BSUSA Radio.
Got the feeling in your bones, make you feel right at home. Honey, does it well, keep me dancing till I'm dead. 'Cause I could run a mile like this, head over heels as I miss. The sun has got me on my track, I ain't never looking back. I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back. Deep inside the depths of stone, voice will echo, need no phone. Ruled by the laws above, nature shows me, makes me taught. I could climb this mountain now, rise above the clouds and see where all the force that kept me strong. Never did I mean no wrong. 'Cause I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back. Ain't looking, ooh, ain't looking back.
is the 5-Minute Lowdown. First, I'd like to say thank you for listening to BSUSA. And we have been broadcasting for a while now. We've been understanding that we get a lot of positive feedback. And we just want to say thank you. And so here's the 5-Minute Lowdown. It's important to take a minute and step back and think about things in our nation. And BSUSA does that a lot over here because we want our listeners to, take a minute to think and to take a deep mental breath and understand what's going on, because a lot of social media and mainstream media literally just throw so much at you all the time that you don't get a chance to take a minute to think about it. So that's what BSUSA wants to talk about in the 5-Minute Lowdown. And what we want you to think about and take a minute to think is about the fake electors that was in the 2020 election. Now, there were between 7 states in our great nation, there were fake electors. And people go, yeah, fake electors, and you hear a lot about that in the news of what those electors do and what their purpose are and what an elector's true purpose is. And so you need to do some research and find out exactly why we have state electors and why they are important in sending their votes to Washington. So do that homework. So let's get back to the fake electors. Fake electors are people who are not the electors. They are not government officials. In the word, they're fake. They're phony. They're not the real person that is supposed to certify and send their vote, the electors' information, their vote to Washington. There were 7 states that were sending documentation. These people were not the electors. They were fake people. They were not the people who were supposed to send the information. They were basically frauds. And their purpose was to send fake information to Washington so Donald Trump would win, or Joe Biden would be in question that if he shouldn't be the winner of the 2020 election. So we know all this. We've heard this before, been back and forth, but BSUSA wants to tell you to take a minute and think about what that means. That means that someone was trying to cancel out the vote, cancel out your voice. If you voted for Biden or whoever you vote for, this organization or these people were trying to overthrow your voice, your vote, the power that you have that comes from being an American citizen and has the right to vote. They were going to take what you've done in a collective sense and created a candidate that won and minimize your power, which is your right to vote, your voice. And this is what BSUSA wants you to think about. What the fake electors. The fake electors' job was to go in there and to change the outcome of your voice. It doesn't matter if the Republicans won or the Democratic people won. It was the fake electors that's the problem when it came down to 2020 election, because the fake electors literally tried to change the true outcome of the American people. That's the problem. Now, here's another thought. Now, there's a lot of talk about these people being charged of doing a criminal act, and that there's some accountability that needs to be put into that. But is the Republican Party responsible also? Because all these people, if I'm correct, they were Republicans. They were part of the Republican Party. The Republican Party is a group of people. It's an entity. It's an entity, and they have people who run this party, run this organization. So is this organization responsible for crime? You know, we talk about the individuals in the organization. We talk about Donald Trump. We talk about, you know, Giuliani and all these people. But is the Republican Party as an entity responsible for trying to change the outcome of the election? You know, because that's what BSUSA is asking. So what do you think? Do you think the Republican Party should be responsible and should have some type of accountability to what happened in 2020 with the fake electors and how the fake electors became electors, and how the Republican Party's responsibility towards that incident? And should we make laws and regulations that will stop this from happening no matter what party? You know, maybe we should say, if your party does shady things to try to overthrow the election from the other party, your party has to forfeit your ability to even interact in our elections. That's a thought. BSUSA is throwing that out there. What do you think? This is the 5-Minute Lowdown, and we thank you for listening. We have more music, and take care.
Fractions of a bygone time. Find
survive, and you're still alive. Carry on. Even if you've been misled, and all of your dreams are dead. Carry on. Even if you can't forget, take a quick look and settle your regrets. Laying out the bricks now, as if you need a wall to stop the fall. Your bones are not even broken yet, so push yourself through without your regrets. Carry on. Even if you've been misled, and all of your dreams are dead. Carry on. Even if you can't forget, take a quick look and settle your regrets. Blood pouring down my heart. My mind is my cage, and I'm wrapped around the bars. Carry on. And even if you've been misled, and all of your dreams are dead. Carry on. Even if you can't forget, take a quick look and settle your
This is USA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And I want to talk about peace at this particular time period. You know, I'm kind of chilling out here and looking at the world, you know, through that unique way that BSUSA does, you know, trying to understand the whole situation. And we're out here in Honolulu, Hawaii, in the island of Oahu, and it's very beautiful here. But it has its problems like every major city in Hawaii. You know, we, deal with our ups and downs. We have our homeless issues. We have a lot of things here. But like across the whole world, we have the same issues. And, on the Big Island, we have issues. On the main island, the USA, and all across the world. So we're going to talk about peace and what that is and what causes us to have peace in our lives and ourselves and our situations, lack of conflict, bad choices. People write books about how you can find happiness and peace in the world. But no one talks about kindness towards one another. And, you have the Bible, in certain religious books that talk about that, but I'm talking about in your daily life. Do you see yourself being kind to one another? Do you see yourself creating peace in an area that you're in, that you're located in, that you have the power to create peace with kindness? BSUSA is bringing that up because that's what we understand. We've seen that occur all across the United States. We've seen it in here on the islands. We've seen people who don't have a lot of money, doesn't have a lot of power, but they have the unique capability to make the world a better place through their behavior and their actions. And I want to bring that out because that's no bullshit. This is BSUSA Radio, and you are listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. So let's get into it. Running for president. Is Donald Trump legally, or I guess, does he qualify to run for president because of the insurrection that occurred and his involvement in that insurrection? A lot of people say, no, he should be able to run for president again. He should be able to be on the ballot. And a lot of people say that he's already disqualified because of his involvement in January 6th insurrection. So BSUSA says, what do you think? Do you believe that Donald Trump should be able to run for president again? Or shouldn't certain states shouldn't even be on the ballot? And I think that's what's going to go down. I think personally here at BSUSA, we did our research and everything like that, that the next big controversy that's going to occur is the fact that they're going to say he shouldn't even be on the ballot because of his involvement. The indictments are there, the involvements are there, and that's the key. And if he is guilty of the crime that has to do with the fake electors, he definitely broke his oath of office and should not qualify based on the rules and regulations that run the voting system of this great nation of ours. A lot of people are going to be disappointed. A lot of people are going to be angry. But nevertheless, you play by the rules. And if you take an oath of office, come on. You got to abide by that oath. That's why it's there. This is BSUSA, and we have music for you. And we have the question, if Donald Trump should run for office, or is he already disqualified? So, thank you for listening.
Yeah. Oh, ooh yeah. Amaru, yeah. Turn up for the night. Real thing, she's no average girl. Too fine, oh she mine. She's so damn fine. I just wanna call on you. Money just fall on you. Another thing I won't do. Ooh yeah, yeah. I just wanna call on you. Let me do it all for you. Can't nobody ball on you. Ooh yeah, yeah. She the girl in my visions. Now that I found you, I'm feeling for all your attention. Yeah, hope you don't mind if I give you a tour of my mansion. Yeah, all of this for you, babe. Nothing I won't do, babe. Weak for your love. Everywhere we go, they be alright. Yeah, can't help it with your body. Just wanna make you happy. I just wanna call on you. Money just fall on you. Another thing I won't do. Ooh yeah, yeah. I just wanna call on you. Let me do it all for you. Can't nobody ball on you. Ooh yeah, yeah. 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 Turn up for the night. Real thing, she's no average girl. Too fine, oh she might give up on the baggage, girl. You got too much going on in that mind, let me help you. Yeah. Let me give you the moments in your life to step to. Fly away together. Can't help it with your body. Just wanna make you happy. I just wanna call on you. Money just fall on you. Another thing I won't do. Ooh yeah, yeah. I just wanna call on you. Let me do it all for you. Can't nobody ball on you. Ooh yeah, yeah. Just wanna call on you.
We gonna take it, 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 gonna take it to the top. I'm gonna take it to the top. I'm gonna call my name, yes, come and say my name. Call my name, I'm never gonna stop if you just call my name. I'm never gonna drop it, gonna take it, take it, take it to the top, 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 top. Gonna make it hot, gonna make it till it drops. Never gonna pick it up, gonna take it to the top. I'm gonna make it, never gonna fake it. Gonna make it, never gonna fake it. We gonna take it, 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 gonna take it. Top, I'm gonna take it to the top. I'm gonna make it to the top. We're gonna make it to the top. We're gonna bring our hands up. 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 I'm gonna make it hot. Gonna make it till it drops. Never gonna pick it up. Gonna take it to the top. I'm gonna make it. Never gonna fake it. Gonna make it. Never gonna fake it. We gonna take it, 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 gonna take it to the top.
This is BS USA, and you are listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. So let's get into it. Today, a lot of information on mainstream media about Donald Trump again and being indicted again. And, you know, we sit back and we kind of wonder what is going on here. And so BS USA done a lot of research, done a lot of investigation, going back and forth, trying to figure out what's the truth and what's not the truth. And we're going to show you what we have discovered. We're going to tell you, not show you, but tell you what we have discovered. And what we basically have discovered is that, you know, you got mainstream media saying that he has all these top secret classified documents, not just a bunch of documents. I mean, boxes of it, boxes of these documents. There's been photographs and information shown. The evidence is overwhelming. And the biggest problem with the situation is not that the documents are in his possession, even though, come on, if you got top secret classified documents in your house in Florida when they're supposed to be in Washington, D.C., you know, you need to give them back. And he lied. He lied and said that he gave them back. He lied and he said that he didn't have additional documents. And that is the evidence. That's why everything is different, because he just kept lying about it, even though they asked him, did he have any more? It wasn't, oh, I didn't know. Is that he literally lied about it. He lied about what he had. For what purpose? He didn't want to give it back. He wanted to keep it for a memento of being the president. What's up? You know, if you got classified documents, you know, you need to give them back. And then you're lying to the federal government. You know, you might not like the FBI or the CIA because these institutions are here, but you shouldn't lie to them. And that's what went down. I mean, that's what the bottom line on this went down. So you got this person who lied to the FBI saying that he didn't have top secret classified documents. I mean, literally lied to them, and not just a couple documents or something that was left in, you know, in a drawer somewhere. We're talking about huge quantities of top secret information. What do you need it for, Donald? What was your purpose of keeping it? That's the problem. That's what bothers us over here at BSUSA. That's what we're calling out to Donald Trump. It's a bunch of bullshit, dude. Why don't you just give it back? What goes around comes around. You can't play games with shit like that. That's some bullshit you don't play games with. And I don't care about the political aspects of it if you're going to run and be president of the United States. And if you are going to, you know, just retire in Florida, you should have gave the documents back. If that's the case, that was a bad decision. And that's no bullshit. BSUSA is calling out that as a bad decision. The American people need to make good choices and good decisions also. Don't be taking advantage of politicians. Don't be conned, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And, you know, come on. This is BSUSA calling it out. Should have gave the documents back. Should never took the documents in the first place. Number 3, do you think they were not going to find them? Do you think that somebody was not going to, you know, leak that bullshit out? And this classified documents. These are top secret documents. These are things that belong to the American people. And you were no longer president. That's the one. You were no longer the president of the United States. And it did not belong in your possession. It's as simple as that. You know, this is not like losing your job and then taking, you know, the ashtray or memento. This is BSUSA saying thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And Donald, it was a bunch of bullshit, man. You should have gave it back. Here's some more music.
you 7 days a week. I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night. I'ma spend. I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, you 7 days a week. I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night.
My life's dope. I wear fancy clothes. I'm a hella woke. I got hella show. As I'm learning dope, I'ma bring the show. Anywhere I go,
living life to the maximum. All day and night. All day and night. All day and night.
Living life to the maximum.
All day and night. All day and night. All day and night.
I be up all night.
Let me be your king, yes I could be your captain. Live a life of dreams and live a life of passion. I'ma lift you up before I throw you out, cause you can live your life sitting down. I'm a king, I'm a boss. I'ma spend, let it cost. Let me live my life of bliss in the fast lane. I'ma be on top of the world, watch it happen.
I'm a best man, I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, you 7 days a week. I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night.
All day and night. All day and night. Here I am, money talks, I got plans. Spend it hard, spend it fast. What you need, I got cash. Make a wish, I'll make plans. I'm a pig in a stew. I don't give if I'm rude. Let me live my life with bliss in the fast lane. I'ma be on top of the world, watch it happen.
My life's dope. I wear fancy clothes. I'm a hella woke. I got hella flow. As I'm earning dope, I'ma bring the show. Anywhere I go,
live a life to the maximum. All day and night. All day and night. All day and night. Live a life to the maximum. All day and night. All day and night. All day and night. I'll be up all night. Live a life to the maximum.
BS USA. And it's a 5-minute lowdown. Okay. Seems like the House of Representatives and the Senate got themselves together and able to pass a bill that will fund the government for 45 days. I think it's a temporary bill, but I think it was able to be passed because the government was going to shut down. So I tip my hat off to the people who made that happen. I tip my hat off to Kevin McCarthy for making it happen. I know of a lot of people going, are you kidding me? Yeah, I just want to say that because you know what? It still could have not have happened. He could have let it all fall apart. So somehow, some way, they were able to make it happen. Now, if they overrode Kevin McCarthy to push this through to make this happen, that's a lot of bullshit going down over there. BS USA is saying if they had to override Kevin McCarthy, so look it up and see if that's what happened. See if they had to override Kevin McCarthy as being his position. Now, I know he's being threatened by the extremists and that they want to take him out of his position of authority. But I have a feeling that Kevin McCarthy is, when push comes to shove, he's going to do what needs to be done for the American people and stop playing these games. And that's just how I see it over here. You know, I'm just looking at it the way I need to see it. I think it's a bunch of BS that we always go through this, that we're such a dysfunctional House of Representatives that you got to wait till the 13th hour to someone to do anything sensibly. And then they have to go and fight the extremists and go here and go here. And the people who are worried sick is the people who are going, oh my God, are they going to pay us? Are they going to fund the government? Or are we going to find ourselves without? And this happens all the time. So we got 45 days. It seems like this one is a 45-day Band-Aid fix to something that can be taken care of. This is BS USA being happy, but also calling it the way I see it. You know, we got to get our act together in the House and in the Senate. And we got to get a leader in there as a president, a true leader, not a con artist, not more BS. We got to clean up our House, literally the House and the Senate, and people who know how to work together, know how to make things right, know how to serve the American people. And that's what they're supposed to be doing over there, serving the American people, not making the American people go through a heart attack, wondering if they're going to fund the government. Come on. That's a bunch of BS. This is BS USA, and thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. This is BS USA, and you are listening to the segment that we call the Age of AI. And the segment was designed based on the concept that electrical components interact with mankind. The tech music is powerful, and it's inciting. It's exciting, I want to say, and we really hope you enjoy it. It is called The Age of AI. You will find a lot of the electronic computerized sounds that actually today a lot of people are really into. So if you're into it, this is for you. And if you're just experiencing for the first time the age of AI, I hope you enjoy it. Get into it. Try to take a piece of it, and expand your horizons. This is BS USA saying thank you for listening. Thank you for staying with us, and keep on staying with us.
It's too late. I know now. I'm giving in. I can't back down. And you're so hard. Your web I'm caught. Just one more night. Tell me to stop. Although I know we must come to an end. I tell myself I'm okay, but I know that I shouldn't pretend. I'ma do it anyway. Gonna beat up, want your bad love. I'ma let my hair down now. Wanna get down to my favorite sound. I'ma let you in real close. I know I shouldn't do this right. I'ma do it anyway. Kinda wanna lock this down. Wanna beat up, want your bad love. Wanna beat up, want your bad love. Wanna beat up, want your bad love. The way I feel, you in my bones. You wrap me up when we're alone. How could I call this bad love when all I want is more? So put me up against the wall like you ain't afraid to love me hard. Although I know we must come to an end. I tell myself I'm okay, but I know that I shouldn't pretend. I'ma let my hair down now. I'ma let my hair down now. Turn the beat up, turn the beat up. I'ma let my hair down now. No, I shouldn't pretend. I'ma do it anyway. Turn the beat up, want your bad love. I'ma let my hair down now. Wanna get down to my favorite sound. I'ma let you in real close. I know I shouldn't do this right. I'ma do it anyway. I kinda wanna lock this down. Wanna beat up, want your bad love.
BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. As FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this the tree that's been felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
We're getting ready, getting ready at the dance floor. So turn the lights on. You know just what we're here for. We're moving like a wolf pack. Feel the bass attack. Feelings growing strong. So turn the lights on. You know just what we're here for. Let's lose control. We don't care what they say. We're already on our way. That's how we roll. Shake us out, how we sway. We will take it all the world. Let's go and hit the dance floor. Yeah, let's go and hit the dance floor. Let's go and hit the dance floor. Yeah, let's is how we do it. Yeah, we go crazy. Just look at us how we lose it. We're moving like a wolf pack. Feel the bass attack. Feelings growing strong. Yeah, yeah, we go crazy. Just look at us how we lose it. Let's lose control. We don't care what they say. We're already on our way. That's how we roll. Shake us out, we sway. We're taking all the world. Let's go and hit the dance floor. Yeah, let's go and hit the dance floor. Let's go and hit the dance floor. Yeah, yeah, let's go and hit the dance floor. Let's hit the dance floor. Let's hit the dance floor.
The past, the present, the future.
This is BSUSA, and we'd like to say thank you for listening to the music. And now we have the 5-minute lowdown. We want to talk about debt. And everybody has debt. Everybody who's working in the financial system should know that there's a balance sheet, and you earn money or earn some type of currency. And then you have debt. You have to take that money and spend it or pay a bill. And, when you get a certain age, you get into that system and you use that system until the day you die. It's the system that makes us function with each other as a society. So now we have this thing in the US of A, which is the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling, they call it a ceiling, and they say we raise the debt ceiling. And so we get into more debt, and we get in more debt, and we get in more debt, and we get in more debt as a nation. And people say that's a bad thing. And I understand the concept of it being a bad thing. But I just want to present this out to BSUSA listeners and look at it at a different perspective. Just bear with me, okay? Because over here at BSUSA, we do a lot of thinking over here. So if you had bills to pay and you had a credit limit, okay, and you didn't use all your credit limit on your credit card, but you had bills to pay, and you had a job, and you're working your job, and you're paying your bills, and you got good credit, and, your credit is fine. But then all of a sudden, you missed a couple of days of work, and one thing led to another, and some expenses, and some, doctor bills showed up that wasn't expected, and you found yourself not having enough income. Income means the money that's coming into your home to pay the bills that you need to pay out for that month. What would you do? Everybody understands that these things occur. Every American that lives in 2023 probably experienced this event. What do? We normally take our credit card and we extend our limit on our credit card, and we use that credit to pay our bills, because we got to pay our bills, because if we don't pay our bills, we can lose our house that we're renting. We can't pay the doctor's bill. We don't pay our bills, we get kicked out. We lose our ability to borrow more money. We just got to pay our bills. And we have this resource called credit. We have this credit limit that we expanded so we can solve a problem. We don't want to be in debt to the maximum, but we need to pay our bills. So what we do is we extend the credit limit, and we get that money, we get those resources, we pay that money back, and we plow through that moment in time. And then we tighten our budget, we earn more money, we get more income, and we balance everything out, and we move on, and that situation became that thing we needed to do. I don't understand why that's a problem in Congress. I don't understand, and BSUSA do not understand that why there's congressmen in the Republican Party who doesn't understand that concept and don't want to raise that limit. Kevin McCarthy has made arrangement with the President of the United States, which understands this concept, and that was done. You know, you get that credit card and you use it because that's what credit is for. That extended limit is for, to extend it. If you can do that, then do it. So you can pay your bills and move on and fight an economic another day. So every time I see a congressman or somebody else hollering that we're going to put the country in hostage and we're not going to pay the debt limit and we're not going to do this because we're going to get more and more in debt and our world's going to come to an end. Our world's not coming to an end. You know, we're going to earn more income. We're going to create new industries. We're going to tax the rich when we have to, the wealthy. You know, we're going to get the income that we need to run the country, to run the government. We're going to manage our money better, which I understand that. But do we cut spending by not paying our bills? I mean, there's a lot of things about the Republican Party that I do not agree with, especially the radical people. I do not agree that we need to not raise our credit limit to pay our bills. I mean, because if you were at home and you had a credit card with a credit limit and you needed to solve a problem and you were trying to balance your income based on your expenses, you would do it. I definitely have done it. A lot of people have done it because it is a resource to be used. BSUSA is saying what needs to be said. Thank you for listening. We're talking about debt, income, cash flow, and the credit limit and the debt ceiling. Here's some more music.
Tick tock, you're on the clock. Give it all you got. Tick tock, before it's gone for good. Tick tock, this time around, don't lose your sound. Knock
And I can't breathe if it isn't you and I. And I won't make it without you by my side. I can walk, can't stand, can't talk, can't fly without you and I. I'm so lost without you. I won't make it without you. I'm so lost without you. I won't make it without you. I don't care what the others say, and I still think of you night and day, and yeah, I lost my way, I can't walk, can't stand, can't talk, can't fly without you. I'm so lost without you. I won't make it without you. I'm so lost without you. I won't make it without you.
This is BS USA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And, you know, here at BS USA, we're going to be talking about Joe Biden, okay? And particularly, we're going to be talking about the understanding of inflation. A lot of people are suffering because of inflation, and a lot of people believe it is Joe Biden's responsibility to do something about this inflation that we have in our country. Goods prices are up, interest rates are high, and you know, normally when this particular type of situation occurs, you go to the president and you go to your government officials and you go, what are you going to do about it? And, you know, what do you think? BS USA wants to know what you think. Is it Joe Biden's responsibility to help lower inflation? You know, and if it is he doing it? Is he trying to get inflation down? You know, there was a thing called the Inflation Act bill that was passed. And I know a lot of people benefited by that Inflation Act bill. Financially got support so they could survive because prices were going up and people were out of work and people needed money. And businesses, small businesses needed money and big businesses, and the infrastructure that we had needed to be invested into. And so under the Inflation Act, a lot of those things happen. But is the Inflation Act really helping lower inflation? We know that interest rates are high, and we know that raising interest rates have done things that stop people from, buying houses, buying homes, because we really can't afford to pay the interest. And that is the game, the economic game that we play here in America. So BSUSA wants to know what you think. And if Joe Biden said that he was going to help reduce inflation, he should. That's no bullshit. And if the Biden administration is responsible for doing that, and that's why he was voted into office to solve that problem, what's your grade on that? That's BSUSA. Wants to do a little more research on how inflation occurs and how our political party and the president, what can they do to lower inflation? And if he can do more, is he trying to do more, or is it already okay? Because, like anything else, after a while, we all adjust to it. And that's no bullshit. We need help in our daily lives in the sense of lowering some of these prices. How can that happen? So BSUSA said this is a 5-minute lowdown about Joe Biden and his responsibility on how to implement policy that will lower inflation. And is he doing it? And did the Inflation Act really lower inflation? I know it helped people, but did it really lower inflation? And can inflation be lowered? Or is that just something that's going to happen over time? What you think? We're going to do more research on that. And thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And we have more music for you.
And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it.
And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. Ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. And it's a ticket talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I'm a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it, get it, get it. Comma and a comma. Gotta get it, get it. Gotta get it, get it.
to talk.
This is BSUSA, and we thank you for listening. And we want to talk about space. And people at times need space from other people. And that space isn't a reflection of them not wanting to be with you. Maybe they got problems and issues and they're trying to figure it out for themselves. And they just need space. And as, you know, people, we have a sense of friendship, relationships, and community. And that keeps us together. It helps each other grow, helps each other connect. And we're social animals, and we need that community. But sometimes when you're going through issues and problems, you just need some space to kind of figure it out for yourself. And that's when, that's no bullshit. I mean, people do need that time to sort it out. And sometimes it can make your family members or your church members, relationships, feel like they're being pushed away and set away or being disconnected. And it might feel that way, but sometimes people just need space. So BS USA is calling that out. It's no bullshit that people need space to sort it out. And maybe you have an answer to the problem that they're trying to sort out. And maybe because of your experiences and your unique way of seeing things that you have that answer, but sometimes people need to find that answer and come to those conclusions. The advice that you can give them, is one thing, but the support can be just being available for them. Don't just disappear, get mad because they need their space. It's not a reflection on you. It's just them needing their space. So BS USA is saying, be there for them, be supportive to them. Basically, be available, but then give them their space. People are trying to sort things out in this complex world, and it's complex. And there's nothing wrong with giving people space. There's nothing wrong with people figuring it out for themselves. There's nothing wrong with people, being able to get in their own thoughts without being influenced all the time by everybody's viewpoint and opinion. There it is. That's what we're talking about. This is BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music, also the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. Proceedings were delayed after Trump launched an attack on both the prosecutor and the judge. The future of his business empire will be decided in a trial that's expected to last 3 months. As FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The judge and the prosecutor were forced to wait while Donald Trump launched his 9-minute broadside against both of them, insisting he's the victim of a witch hunt aimed at dismembering his business empire and derailing his efforts to win back the US presidency.
We have a rogue judge. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
Trump then stalked into the courthouse for the first day of a trial that could ultimately see the New York authorities able to fine him $250 million and dismember his business empire.
US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It comes after McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a resolution that prevented the government shutdown over the weekend. During a speech on the House floor, Gaetz again teased a possible motion to vacate, a vote on removing Kevin McCarthy. Under current House rules, just one congressman can force a vote, and Gaetz says McCarthy's willingness to work with Democrats shows a betrayal of the Republican Party.
It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently if they heard about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, a Democratic strategist and advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, to fill the U.S. Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. She'll be the only black female senator and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to represent California in the chamber. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
LaFonza Butler had been serving as president of Emily's List, an organisation that works to elect Democratic female candidates who support abortion rights. She would become only the third black woman in the Senate in US history and will serve through the end of Feinstein's 6-year term to January 2025. Governor Newsom said he would not pick one of the candidates who are running for the seat, disappointing supporters of US Representative Barbara Lee.
A pair of scientists whose work led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Their research is now being used to try and help fight other diseases, including cancer. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what's in a tree? That's a question that has been roiling the UK since last week's discovery that one of the country's most beloved trees had been chopped down in an act of vandalism. For centuries, the tree had stood proudly in the Sycamore Gap near Hadrian's Wall in the north of England. But on Thursday morning, it was discovered on the ground, apparently the victim of someone wielding a chainsaw. The country has been in mourning ever since. Andy Jasper is the head of Gardens and Parklands for Britain's National Trust.
I mean, for me, I'm finding this whole thing incredibly moving because what it's showing is that actually the public do care. They really care about these things, which is why there's such a visceral reaction to the whole sense of loss that's coming from this the tree that's been felled. You know, if you're away from England at some point in time and you close your eyes and you think of England, you often think of this sort of green and pleasant land with these sort of forests, oak forests and that sort of stuff. It's so ingrained in our very nature. Also, trees are a symbol of hope, and just remember that actually you can regenerate.
And indeed, there are early hopes that the tree can be saved by using shoots that may grow from its stump. The criminal investigation into its demise continues. In its prime, it was one of the most photographed features on Britain's national landscape. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his civil trial on fraud charges in New York. US Republican lawmaker Matt Gaetz has again threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has chosen LaFonza Butler, the Democratic strategist, to fill the US Senate vacancy left by the death of Dianne Feinstein. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you. This is BSUSA, and we'd like to say thank you for all our listeners or viewers that is following us on YouTube. We recently just set up our live streaming on YouTube, and we have um, artwork and photo work that goes with that streaming, and I hope you enjoy it. I know you enjoy it. It's pretty awesome. But we have also want to say if you could subscribe or give a like if you like it, we really appreciate it over here. It's kind of helping us get things going because we've been doing our best to try to get the content to you. Also, we have times where we are not streaming on YouTube. We decided to break it into segments. And so sometimes you'll be listening on YouTube and you'll find yourself set up. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you a feedback time. So when you're listening on YouTube, you know we're getting ready to cut one stream and end that stream and go to another stream. And we just want you to know that we appreciate it that you guys out there who are listening, especially people who are listening to insomnia and heavy lifting. We really appreciate that. And we have some more content coming in. We're going to have some live, truly live streaming with the gang over here. And we're going to do that very shortly. So thank you for listening, all our people who find us in YouTube and then come back to the regular radio station and listen to us. This is Big D, and we're saying this is BSUSA Radio. We are here, and the support of you out there in Radio Land and in YouTube Land is truly appreciated. Listen to more music. We will send more content through YouTube and through our regular radio station channels. So thank you for being part of our community. Thank you for being part of our family, our group here. And we will, this is BSUSA Radio. And we say thank you for listening. And if you're following us on YouTube at this moment, our live stream will be ending in the next 15 minutes. Our new live stream will be starting up in 30 minutes from now. So we thank you for listening, and we thank you for following our live streams on YouTube. And if you are listening to us on our regular online radio station, all you have to do is to look up Radio Guide FM BSUSA Radio, and you will get us and be able to follow us and listen to all our music and our 5-minute lowdown and all the unique type of BS communication that we do over here. So we would like to thank you, and thank you for being part of our community, and thank you for reaching out to listen to us. We have a lot more in store for you, more commentary. We have a lot more video slides with music for you, and we thank you for being part of BSUSA Radio. We have more music, and take care. This is BSUSA, and you are listening to the segment that we call The Age of AI. And the segment was designed based on the concept that electrical components interact with mankind. The tech music is powerful, and it's inciting. It's exciting, I want to say. And we really hope you enjoy it. It is called The Age of AI. You will find a lot of the electronic computerized sounds that actually today a lot of people are really into. So If you're into it, this is for you. And if you're just experiencing for the first time the age of AI, I hope you enjoy it. Get into it. Try to take a piece of it, and expand your horizons. This is BSUSA saying thank you for listening. Thank you for staying with us, and keep on staying with us.